are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of
partagant
like-minded
les mêmes
countries.
Attaque contre
An
une
attack
nós
on one of
é
us
ataque
is an
contra
attack
todos.
on all of us.
Somos soldados,
We are soldiers. Diplomati, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO. We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of
partagant les
like-minded
mêmes
countries.
Attaque contre
An
une
attack
nós
on one of
é
us
ataque
is an
contra
attack
todos.
on all of us.
Somos soldados,
We are soldiers. Diplomati, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO. We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays.
alliance of like-minded countries.
Ataque contra
An
um de
attack
nós
on one of
é
us
ataque
is an
contra
attack
todos.
on all of us.
Somos soldados,
We are soldiers. Diplomaki, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO. We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays.
alliance of like-minded countries.
Ataque contra
An
um de
attack
nós
on one of
é
us
ataque
is an
contra
attack
todos.
on all of us.
Somos soldados,
We are soldiers. Diplomaki, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO.
Jestli můžu poprosit, zaujměte svá místa.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could be please seated.
Vážený pane premiére,
Dear Prime Minister, Excellencies, Ministers, Generals, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ball games room of the Prague Castle. It is a great honor for me to welcome you all here to the 8th National Conference Our Security Cannot Be Taken for Granted, held under the auspices of Prime Minister Andrej Babiš, First Deputy Minister Jan Hamáček, Minister of Foreign Affairs Jakub Kulhánek, and Minister of Defense Lubomír Metnar. By way of introduction, I would like to excuse Vice Prime Minister Mr. Hamáček, who unfortunately cannot be here today with us, but he would like to greet you all, extend his greetings, at least this way. I am glad that we have the opportunity to meet here again on the premises of the Prague Castle to discuss current security issues. I am glad that after so many long weeks and months we can meet again in person and not only through a video call as was the case in the past. Similar to last year, protecting the health of the participants is of paramount importance for us, and therefore the conference is being held in compliance with all applicable epidemiological measures. So thank you in advance for respecting them. We agreed with the Health Protection Office that only speakers and moderators during their presentations do not have to wear respirators because of interpreting and live streaming. I am also pleased that once again we have a very diverse lineup of speakers and audience at the National Security Conference. I am pleased to see here not only representatives of the Office of the President of the Republic, senators and deputies, also the Minister of Defense of Slovakia, who is here for the second time, also the Chief of the General Staff, diplomats, representatives of the security forces and the integrated rescue system, leading security pundits, and last but not least, also professors and educators. I would also like to express our deepest gratitude to all those who have contributed in any way to the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic over the past months. I think that without any exaggeration, we can say that currently the Czech Republic is going through a historically unprecedented period of conjunction of two crises. And it is absolutely unprecedented in our recent history, because apart from the COVID crisis, the global COVID crisis, approximately 2 months ago, this crisis was joined by a political diplomatic crisis in Czech-Russian relations. And we would not find a similar parallel in our history. So it is absolutely unprecedented, and perhaps I should point it out right at the beginning to point out the situation in which we find ourselves. I would also like to recall that next week we will mark 30 years since the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact in Prague. And it was not only a historic moment, but also it opened the doors to the Euro-Atlantic integration of the countries of the former Soviet bloc. And the countries of the former Soviet bloc were then, in 2002, officially invited to join the North Atlantic Alliance, also here in the city of Prague. And therefore, I am glad we can mark the 30 years since the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact, which started with the withdrawal of the Russian or the Soviet troops, and then later it culminated in the Prague summit of NATO. Dozens of important personalities were involved in these important events. And please allow me to mention just one, Luboš Dobrovský, who as early as the end of the previous decade began to warn us all tirelessly of the change in the course of the Russian foreign policy, which was striving for the restoration of the geopolitical power of the Soviet Union in Central and Eastern Europe. A number of personalities disagreed with him at the time. But today we can look at his statements from that period, and we can look at it from the position of the Czech Republic on the Russian Federation's list of hostile countries. Last year I praised the Czech government's approach to the modernization of the Czech army, which after years of stagnation started to develop dynamically. And I hope that despite certain complications that always accompany major modernization projects, will be successfully completed soon. I also praise the Czech government for being the first ever not to cut the defense budget in times of economic difficulties, unlike its predecessors. And therefore, I hope that in the coming years, the budget of the Ministry of Defense will not again become a source of funding for other ministries. Because with regard to the previously mentioned situation, which is far from ideal, we have decided to ask renowned security experts, 22 experts from 6 countries, to ask for their views on security issues, so they can tell us how they view the current situation. And these 22 pundits from 6 countries, which you can see here on my left-hand side, all agreed that the current defense and security threats are very complex, and to maintain economic prosperity and stability, we need to continuously invest in all defense systems, and not only the traditional ones such as land, air and sea, but also new domains such as cyber security or cyberspace and space. Experts also independently agreed that the 3 biggest security threats that we are faced with now are and will continue to be Russia and its assertive behavior, as well as China and its assertive behavior, and hybrid threats. 86% of all experts believe that defense spending must be continuous and predictable for long-term defense planning. Because defense spending are not just budgetary expenditure, but these are an investment in the future of our nation, our military, but also our homeland defense industry, which can remain top in Europe. Defense and security are permanent prerequisites for peace and prosperity. And I would also like to express my sincere thanks to our partners, whose support is absolutely essential for organizing this conference. I would therefore like to thank the Ministry of Defense of the Czech Republic, also NATO, Public Diplomacy Section, also the general partner, Czechoslovak Group, our partners, Area Vodochody Aerospace, the Czech Zbrojovka Group, also Lockheed Martin and Konrad Adenauer Stiftung for their support. Media partner is NATO Aktuál, and the partner of the closing glass of wine ceremony is Race Service. And now please allow me to officially open the 8th edition of the National Security Conference, called Our Security Cannot Be Taken for Granted, and ask the Director of the Foreign Department of the Office of the President of the Republic, Rudolf Jindrák, to read President Miloš Zeman's greeting. Greetings.
Vážené dámy, vážení.
Ladies and gentlemen, MPs, Prime Minister, members of the government, Chief of Staff, Zbigněk. Before I start reading the address from the President, I want to excuse him for not being able to participate here, as he truly believed that the issues of security and our military cooperation are of key importance. So now I will read the address. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I'm sorry that I can't take part in Our Security Cannot Be Taken for Granted in person, but I feel happy that this event is yet another evidence that the life is back on its old tracks. In the case of this conference, the tracks are long and strong, as we have already experienced 7 years, and I hope that the tradition will continue. So welcome remotely at the ball game hall of the Prague Castle that was used in the history not only as a ball game hall, but as a riding school and also military warehouse. It's quite clear that the coronavirus pandemic cannot be a reason not to take care of security. It's quite on the contrary. Pandemic showed us where we could be vulnerable. I would like to use this opportunity, and being the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Czech Republic, I would like to congratulate members of the armed forces, rank and file, as well as officers, both male and female, how they stood the test of time. I would want to believe that even the global politicians stood the test, as they are co-responsible for the security. A couple of days ago, I participated at the NATO summit and could hear at least some of them. I was happy to listen to the declaration of solidarity towards the Czech Republic and the level of discussion openness. One of the topics was Afghanistan, and you know that NATO forces are withdrawing for Afghanistan, and I believe that we should rectify it before it backfires on us. However, our engagement was worthwhile, and let's not allow that Afghanistan will again become a haven of terroristic groups. By leaving Afghanistan, it doesn't mean that this is the end of the fight with terrorism. Quite on the contrary, we can make clear what the priorities of our military engagement in the world are. The Czech Republic must be ready to contribute to fight against terrorism. We started being active in Mali. We are ready to expand our presence in Iraq and also other countries. We have also agreed that the NATO strategic concept would be updated. We need it in order to face current security challenges, including threats by international terrorism, using a mix of combined political, military, and economic force. The task of preparing a new concept indicates that we need to increase investments into defense, and the Czech army must be ready for future conflicts, not past conflicts, and its procurement must reflect it. So let's invest into EDTs, and let's not succumb to the pressure of decreasing defense budget. I know from my experience it's difficult not to succumb to it, particularly in the time of increased budgetary spending and drop in income, moreover before elections. So once again, welcome to the Prague Castle, and have a fruitful discussion and good event and meeting. Thank you very much for your attention. So thank you very much for the words, the address of the President of the Czech Republic, and I will pass the floor on to the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic.
Takže dobrý den.
Televize mě sejří.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. When we met here last June, we thought the pandemic was nearly over. We thought we have already defeated pandemic. Some of us even celebrated it prematurely. And none of us thought that the worst was yet to come. And the more symbolical, the more symbolically I perceive the title of this conference, Our Security Cannot Be Taken for Granted. The pandemic was a test for the entire world, an unprecedented test. It was a conflict that was invisible, a conflict with an invisible and very difficult enemy, adversary. We were on the front line, but it wasn't our soldiers that were our troops that were on the front line, even though they were engaged much later, but our doctors and nurses and medical staff. I hope that with the ongoing vaccination, we will move towards collective immunity by this autumn. Anyone age 16 and older can be vaccinated, and soon even anyone aged 12 and older can be vaccinated. Even though the situation might look similar, we cannot repeat the mistakes from last year. We have to be very careful when it comes to new mutations, especially the Delta variation of the virus, which is now in full swing in the UK. Even though the pandemic brought much suffering, something good actually came out of it. For instance, we all realized how important our healthcare professionals are, and that healthcare is of utmost importance for our security. Pandemic also was a test for our army, and I must say I'm very proud to say that the army of the Czech Republic proved very successful in fighting the pandemic. Our servicemen and servicewomen helped with the pandemic right from the beginning. They helped increase hospital capacities, or help with the testing and vaccination. The army also helped us build the Czech National Vaccination Center in all to Universum that many countries could envy us. And those of you who were vaccinated there must say that it is a very unique center. You will be vaccinated in just 10 minutes. Our soldiers also helped us with the project of the smart quarantine, and they also helped us increase our cybersecurity so that we can protect our hospitals and data of our patients against hacker attacks. The army of the Czech Republic is a part of NATO, is an integral part of NATO, and it is perceived as a reliable partner. NATO helps us provide for our security, guarantees our security, and we also help guarantee the security of others. And our membership in NATO is of utmost importance for us. It's absolutely essential. We have been engaged in many foreign missions and operations. Our troops have been for almost 20 years in Afghanistan, and I must say I absolutely agree with President Zeman that perhaps it is not a good thing to be withdrawing from Afghanistan. And as I've heard also at the NATO summit, there are more politicians who have the same opinion as we do. But even though we are withdrawing from Afghanistan, we want to continue our support of Afghan forces. But we also fight terrorism elsewhere. We help in Iraq, and last year we commanded successfully the European Union training mission in Mali. Our special forces units train the Malian armed forces as part of the international Takuba coalition, which is expected to expand in the future. And the Czech Republic is a leader in a fight against terrorism in Sahel, and we should take over the command again in Mali in summer of 22. We are also getting closer towards fulfilling the 2% GDP defense spending commitment. And despite the coronavirus pandemic, we have not cut the defense budget. We are replacing outdated, dysfunctional and unreliable equipment with new equipment worth the 21st century. And we are not only procuring such equipment from abroad, but we are also involving the Czech domestic defense and security industry. The Czech Republic has a long tradition of know-how in the area of development and production of weapons and military technology. We are top in the area of cutting-edge technology, in the area of UAVs, lasers, and so on, also AI. But this is not just about equipment, the military machinery and weaponry. We also have to take into account the hybrid threats, cyber threats, and so on. That's why the Czech Republic adopted two important strategies that will help our capabilities to defend ourselves against these new hybrid threats. We adopted the new national strategy to counter hybrid activities, or new national strategy against hybrid threats, which is an important milestone for the Czech Republic, especially after the ammunition warehouse explosion in Vrbětice. Disinformation campaigns are also very dangerous. They spread in the area of coronavirus pandemic, and this is not just disinformation about vaccination. The problematic is much wider. We are also going to plan 5G or build 5G networks, which are of utmost importance for our security. That's why we need to also that's why we also adopted the new national cybersecurity strategy that will help us protect our citizens and institutions and make sure that our 5G infrastructure is reliable and safe. By way of conclusion, I would like to say that we all know that our security cannot be taken for granted. But I think that our government did all in its power to make sure that we protect our security. Therefore, I hope that you will enjoy today's conference, and I am convinced that the Czech Republic, after the coronavirus pandemic, will once again be among the top countries within the EU. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, for your introductory words. Unfortunately, as I have said, Vice Premier Jan Hamáček could not join us today, and therefore let's continue with the first panel, and I would like to invite the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Ministers of Defense to join us here.
Tak ještě jednou velmi děkuji.
Once again, thank you, ministers, for being here with us at this 8th edition of our security conference. The main topic will be the recent NATO summit that took place only last Monday in Brussels. And by way of, I would also like to say or emphasize that around 10 a.m. Minister Kulhánek will have to leave for airport because he's going on a very important trip to Luxembourg. So that's why I would like to ask the ministers to say a few introductory words. And first of all, Mr. Jakub Kulhánek, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic.
Vážený pane premiére,
dear Prime Minister, dear colleague ministers, dear generals, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I would like to thank the organizers of today's conference for their invitation. And namely, please allow me to thank Zbigněk Pavlačík, who organizes this conference each year. In the shadow of the pandemic, it is even more difficult to organize such a conference than in the past. But this conference is one of the most important events, not only for the Czech security and defense community, but also for the wider public. The title of this conference speaks for itself. Our security cannot be taken for granted. Providing security or ensuring our security is something that we should all have in common. That should force us to look for the common denominator in any area. And therefore, I am glad that this conference helps us look for political consensus. because it is in the interest of the Czech Republic that not only the area in our near abroad is a safe space, but also Europe and the whole world is a safe area where we prefer cooperation, not aggression. This is of utmost importance for our security. Our membership in the EU and NATO is absolutely essential for achieving this goal. This is a fact, because our membership in these organizations gives us security guarantees that we have not seen in the past in our history. But of course, it needs the resolve of all our allies and commitments of our allies, and the willingness to confirm such transatlantic cooperation, which was also mirrored in the conclusions of the NATO summit last week. If I were to briefly characterize the conclusions of the summit or the results of the summit, I would say it was a great relief and a great opportunity for the allies to breathe again, to take a deep breath. Because the summit was held in the name of the willingness to cooperate on both sides of the Atlantic. We can rely on the US, and the US can rely on us. That's how Jens Stoltenberg summed up the summit and the meeting with the meeting with Biden. The summit was in the name of the willingness to listen to one another, to actively cooperate. And this is very important. President Biden assured the European allies that the US will in great detail inform its allies in Europe when it comes especially to steps taken against the Russian Federation and so on. And this was also clear before and after the Biden-Putin summit in Geneva. The NATO summit adopted several key documents, but it also agreed on the preparation of new concept of the NATO, a cornerstone of our security that should define new threats and also define new ways to react to these threats. The new strategic concept should be then introduced in the Madrid summit next year. It is no secret that the Russian Federation remains a great challenge for NATO, and that some of the steps that Russia takes or has taken represents a threat for NATO. That's why we need to have our military capabilities to be able to deter Russia if necessary. But apart from that, NATO also declared clearly its willingness to have a political dialogue with Russia in order to diplomatically minimize and prevent any potential conflict situations. But the Russian Federation needs to show that it is willing in such a dialogue. It is willing to hold such a dialogue, to have such a dialogue, and refrain from any conflict situations and measures. The NATO summit supported the Czech Republic when it comes to the Vrbětice case, and also condemned the Czech Republic's presence on the list of hostile countries of the Russian Federation. The summit also agreed on the importance to have, let's say, the military upper hand, because there are new threats, new challenges, and the alliance needs to develop its military capabilities, and also in the area of cybersecurity. Modernization of our defense capabilities can also be a great opportunity for the well-developed Czech defense industry. The NATO summit also discussed China, especially in the area of cybersecurity, because This is an area in which China represents a growing challenge, perhaps even a threat, but we still need to have a dialogue with China. It is an objective fact that China, let's say, has it's a very specific view of the world order or the future of world order. This is a fact which represents a challenge that NATO needs to deal with and address, because the alliance should be the key place for transatlantic consultations related to security. But we still need to emphasize that the alliance does not consider China its adversary. At the same time, we need to also tighten this cooperation between NATO and the EU. I regret that regular meetings between NATO and EU ministers were not agreed on, because often our security issues are interconnected. By way of conclusion, I would like to mention Afghanistan, because after almost 20 years, NATO is withdrawing its troops from Afghanistan. Even though I respect this decision, I still have some worries that there might be a destabilization in the situation of Afghanistan, and it could again threaten NATO as well as the Czech Republic, because it could be a new center for terrorists. And therefore, the North Atlantic Organization must continue supporting, at least indirectly, Afghan forces and Afghan government through, let's say, training or financial resources and assistance. On behalf of the Czech Republic, I must say that we would like to continue in these efforts, and therefore, if it will be possible, we would like to continue supporting the Afghan forces, Afghan defense forces, as well as through our presence if needed. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister of Foreign Affairs Jakub Kulhánek. He covered the topic from the perspective of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and now I pass the floor on to Lubomír Metnar, Minister of Defense of the Czech Republic.
Vážený pane premiére,
Prime Minister, colleagues, generals, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing this unique conference, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you participants of this traditional conference. Minister Kulhánek has already introduced the topic of our panel, NATO Summit. What does it mean for us for the future? I would like to give you a perspective of the Ministry of Defense. The summit was mainly about political transformation, because military transformation has been on the way for several years. With the focus on political issues, the summit sent a clear system that collective defense remains of key importance for NATO, and that we, members of NATO, must fulfill this collective defense by real capabilities and by fulfilling our obligations. So I would like to stress that despite the difficulties caused by the coronavirus pandemic, all our strategic projects are being completed, and we will complete them, and we hope that we will complete them by the end of this year. I also believe that the modernization project involves a lot the Czech defense industry that brings know-how and technologies into them. And I go back to specific topics from the summit. One of the major decisions was more support to emerging and disruptive technologies. NATO is based on its modern technologies since its establishment more than 7 decades ago. But now NATO is doing specific steps to actively develop and research them. It will be now up to our companies to use this opportunity. We at the Ministry of Defense are ready to help them as much as possible. Another important, but perhaps not that visible topic of the summit was enhancing resilience. Resilience in terms of reducing vulnerabilities of our companies, in particular when we talk about non-military threats. Traditionally, these are issues of internal securities, but the differences between security and defense are fading away. Nowadays, there are hybrid threats discussed a lot, and I would like to remind you that in April, the government of the Czech Republic approved the Czech national strategy against hybrid threats. It sets up the approach of the Czech Republic in this area and focuses on 3 priority areas, and that is enhancing resilience of the society, state and critical infrastructure, setting a systemic and holistic approach to resolving the issue, and third, enhancing the capabilities of adequate and early response to hybrid threats. Also, I would like to point out one important aspect. State stakeholders use hybrid threats such as disinformations, but the importance is multiplied by the fact that it's backed by huge armed forces, conventional and nuclear. Let's have a look at the countries that are the main targets of hybrid campaigns. There is a focused propaganda, cyber attacks and fake news, but at the background there are always mechanized units and tactical missiles that add severity to hybrid attacks. And this is a fact that underlines what I have already mentioned, that for our security it is absolutely important to develop our defense capabilities. Developing modern armed forces is source-intensive, and I would like to say a couple of words about securing defense sources. It's nothing new already. The Wales summit is remembered because of the commitment related to defense spending, and all the summits confirm this commitment. And the Czech Republic is aware of the fact that investment into defense is something that we simply cannot avoid. We have to demonstrate our resolve to protect ourselves and support trustworthiness of our allies. That's why we more than doubled defense budget since 2014, and that's why we can develop our capabilities that we need. NATO considers all 3 areas important: finances, building capabilities, and contributions to operations. And improved capabilities are therefore utilized in missions where we send our troops to support the NATO and EU security. As we've heard, the past 2 decades, the biggest place of engagement was Afghanistan. The Czech troops did a lot of good work there, and I want to remember those soldiers who died there. But we cannot stay in the country without our allies forever, and the Afghans need to take responsibility for their security into their own hands. Although I do not agree with the timing. I think it's quite unfortunate, but we will see what it will bring into the future. And that's why, together with the allies, we are preparing further training of local forces outside of the territory of Afghanistan. So it does not mean that the end of our military presence would mean the end of our support and help. know, with the withdrawal from Afghanistan, our most important mission is now Mali. We heard what we do there, including the special forces that train security forces. In the area of Sahel, we belong among leaders of fighting terrorism. And our foreign missions actually are forward watch for our security at the place of crisis. And that's why I believe that the parliament and the government that will be formed after the elections in autumn will continue with the trend, and that is to enhance defense sources and enhancing our capabilities. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister of Defense of the Czech Republic, Lubomír Metnar. And now I would like to pass the floor to his counterpart from Slovakia, Jaroslav Nať, Minister of Defense of the Slovak Republic. Dear Prime Minister, dear ministers, dear Chief of General Staff, diplomats, Excellencies, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am glad that I can be here again in Prague, and I am very pleased to have the opportunity to discuss this important topic with my colleagues, the topic of security. Over the past few months, the main topic was not only defense, but also other related issues related to the pandemic. And yes, our security, our defense cannot be taken for granted. And I was reminded of this yesterday when I realized it was 30 years since the withdrawal of the last troops from the former Czechoslovakia. 30 years since the withdrawal of 40 years of occupation by foreign forces. And for decades, foreign troops were destroying our nation, were killing our people. And now it looks like everything is fine. There has been peace always. There have been peace always in our territory. But we tend to forget that we are still very vulnerable and that our security cannot be taken for granted. Security and defense is not for the good times. It is an investment for the bad times. We prepare for the bad times. We build our capabilities because sooner or later we will need our military again. You also pay insurance for your house, for your car. Of course, you do not want to. Do not want to need the insurance policy, but you pay for it nevertheless, because you need to think for the bad times. You need to plan ahead, because the bad times might come. And this is what also responsible politicians must do. Think strategically and think in the future. And just as ministers pointed out, last year, or the past year, showed us how important security for the Czech and Slovak Republic are. On behalf of our armies, I can say that they were of utmost importance for fighting the pandemic. Because if there was something that worked perfectly in Slovakia over the past year when it comes to pandemic and organization, it was the army of the Slovak Republic that stood the test of the pandemic. And I think that here in the Czech Republic it was very similar. We stood the test, we passed the test, and just like Prime Minister said, let's not think that the battle is over. The war is over. Still, there is probably a very difficult period ahead of us when the autumn comes. But the truth is that the army and the armed forces helped us significantly. I could talk 4 hours about how the army and the security forces helped us in Slovakia. Even they were not trained for it. They helped us in the area of healthcare. They helped us with the borders. They also helped the police with transport of patients as well as materials and so on. I am also glad that it was also reflected in our defense budget, and then we reached 2% of GDP defense spending. This was not planned, I admit. This was also due to the drop in the GDP, I admit that too. But still, we achieved the 2% GDP and reached the commitment. And therefore, I am grateful to other politicians as well as to the citizens. And I hope that we will continue the spending in the future as well, that we will continue invest in our security forces. Because sometimes when we praise someone, we are very loud, but when it comes to cutting the budget and tightening our belt, it is usually the defense budget that goes first, that is cut the first. And I think it is similar in our countries. But we have to think strategically, because strategically thinking politician is not thinking about the situation at hand, but is looking in the future and is planning for the situation that will come. And if we want to be responsible, we need to continue our investments in our defense. And this also brings me to the NATO summit. The summit showed us that 30 years after the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact, despite some people might hope that NATO will be brain dead, it is not. NATO is the only functioning defense alliance in the world. Over the period of its existence, it provided for security and peace in all its member states. And it is a strong, and now we have the backup of the new American administration. And as was mentioned here before, it was clear the new hope that came with the Biden administration. Now, let's talk about Russia. Russia is a real threat for the current geopolitical world. And this is not only due to the hybrid warfare that was mentioned here. And yes, the Czech Republic adopted a very good national strategic document that we also were inspired in Slovakia. Of course, hybrid threats, cybersecurity, intelligence, disinformation, propaganda, these are all topics that are very important, but we always have to remember that there are still Russian troops deployed all over the world. In Ukraine, there is a real military conflict going on. In Ukraine, there are people dying in military operation. On the Ukrainian border, there are over 100,000 troops, Russian troops deployed. The Crimea is still being illegally under Russian control. Annexation is something that is absolutely unthinkable. And we should say it out loud. Russians are still involved in Libya, in Syria. Based on what mandate? Russians refuse to meet with us within NATO. The NATO-Russian Council has not been functioning for years. And this is the reality. And the new strategic concept of NATO will react to it. Of course, China, yes. For some countries, China might represent a bigger threat. But we live in Central and Eastern Europe. And here, in this region, we know what it means to be occupied by the Russian forces. We know what it means to be occupied by Moscow for 23 years. 2% defense spending is a commitment that is not some vague pledge, but it is something that we committed to for a specific reason. And in Slovakia, even perhaps more than here in the Czech Republic, when we promoted investments in military, it always paid off. And we were able to do what we did during the corona crisis, also due to the investment in military equipment, in new equipment, new vehicles. And I'm glad that our soldiers were able to work the way they did. And now we should pay them back by investing in our infrastructure, in the modernization of our military equipment. Politicians always think about the future, and they always prepare for the worst even when they feel safe. And I hope that everyone will remember that and take it as an example of what we want to achieve. We should not be populists that just buy votes, but we should think about the future of our nation. Thank you for your attention.
Tak, já bych chtěl velmi.
So I would like to thank all three ministers for their introductory words. And Minister of Foreign Affairs will have to unfortunately leave in order to get to Luxembourg, but we will use the opportunity of having here two ministers of defense to dive deep into our topic. Well, the first thing that was mentioned here within the context of the NATO summit was the US approach. President Biden clearly declared that the US is back and that he firmly believes in the importance of the transatlantic partnership between the US and Europe. And we heard that also mentioned. And I want to ask you whether this kickoff by the US, this US initiative, will have a reflection on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. So first, I ask Minister Metnar and then Minister Nachev. Thank you very much for that. I would start by saying that we hear that the US is back, but US has never been gone. We've always had the US here, and it will always be here. And I perceived the speech of President Biden as an expected speech, constructive speech, and I believe that it was more cooperative within the transatlantic links. So I believe that there will be more intensive relations and progress in these relations. That's my opinion. And the reaction from Bratislava, yes, we cannot forget that US spends 70% of the overall budget of all the NATO members. So we need the US here, and we need that the steps are predictable. So any kind of predictable behavior of the US administration will be appreciated. And as we heard, what we heard from President Biden was an offered hand for cooperation, and that's important. Also, it is important that we see the words reflected in practical steps. I will be slightly critical about Afghanistan. We could have learned about the US intentions earlier, not a couple of days before it actually happened. So I believe that there is a lesson to be learned, and hopefully with the new administration, the consultation will be in place. They will be more comprehensive. We will look for our common interest. And what is important, We just need to pull the same rope. We just cannot create individual groups because it will not help us. I believe that there are good years ahead of us, and it does not mean that the trend of enhancing the European pillar within NATO should slow down. No, we should actually concentrate on balancing the sharing of the burden, because that will help the Biden administration. Okay, thank you. I have the second question prepared, and as we are quite good in terms of time, we can have a Q&A with the questions from the audience. So please think about your questions. So my second question is, we cannot forget about defense spending. And this is a reaction to what happened right after the summit, when Angela Merkel officially declared that NATO can only work if everybody would do what they committed to do. And this is a clear signal, and I will not say anything new, but in the Czech Republic, in a long run, there has been an internal discussion within the security community, and Germany was considered to be a standard. So if they decided 2.5 of GDP, it will be a guidance for the rest of members. And now we see that Germany is ready to achieve 2%. Do you believe that it is realistic, let's say in 2 years, to achieve 2%? I am happy that there was the discussion during the summit, because not only Germany expressed its commitment to 2% after the summit, but also President Orban said that they will fulfill the commitment by 2024 at the latest, and that is 2% defense spending and GDP. You know that our finance minister actually submitted a budget proposal that actually decreases the share, although the defense budget is still growing, and I will keep negotiating with her whether we will be able to find more sources to even increase the defense budget in the medium terms, although I understand all the implications caused by the pandemic. But in terms of defense, we just need to go towards our pledge. As I have said, this government since its formation doubled the budget, and in its manifesto it stated that in 2021 we will do 1.4%, and we actually exceeded that, as it's 1.44%, and I believe that we will manage to have even a better draft budget, and I firmly believe that the new government will also stick to these commitments after the elections, and that we will go towards the 2% spending. We'll see whether we will manage to fulfill these commitments that we declared publicly at the summit in Wales. If I remember, the spending really are growing by 112%, but we have to say that in the past they were at a very low level, and we achieved 2% only once, and that was last year. And this year we are matching the original plan, so 1.66, and now we are at 1.98 and the plan for this year was 1.76. That's true. Next year, 1.85. And the first proposal respects this limit, so we go in line with the plan. So in 2024, we should achieve the 2%, and it should be a sustainable development. It will very much depend on the type of arguments I'm going to use and how good they are going to be. As my colleague said, yes, every country experienced drop in GDP and the debt is increasing. We need to find a proper balance for the budget. But also thanks to the help of the troops during the pandemic and the growing popularity, for example, in Slovakia, we see that there is a growth in popularity by 14%. The general public is grateful to the armed forces for their work. So I'm not asking for more. I am asking to stick to the plan and to fulfill on what was promised to us. And then it will very much depend on how we will spend what we will get. And I'll be quite critical. We really need to make sure that we really procure equipment that we really need. That is a priority. And let's not pretend that all the processes were transparent and that there were no leakages in the fund. So let's set the processes so that they're transparent and okay, and then we can hope for good times for the Slovak armed forces.
Thank you for answering my questions. As Minister Natya mentioned, Slovakia reached the 2% commitment, and if I remember, in the case of the Czech Republic, it was in 2004 for the last time. So hopefully, also with regard to the current situation, hopefully we will reach this commitment again soon, or we will at least approach it. But as was mentioned here before, security and defense and does not just equal the 2% GDP defense spending, and just because we have such a budget, it does not mean automatically that we are safe, because it is also about long-term planning and investments, long-term investments. We have approximately 10 minutes for discussion, so if there are any questions from the audience, please just raise your hand. We will give you the mic and you can ask a question, both our ministers, or you can have a comment if you'd like. And please, if you could introduce yourselves first. Thank you. Good morning, Maxim Wisniewski. I'm a student and I have a question for Minister of Defense Metnar, Lubomir Metnar. You mentioned that our defense spending when it comes to the GDP is 1.44%, which actually exceeded the numbers that you had predicted. But wasn't it mostly because of the fact that the GDP decreased by 5% in 2020? Of course. Yes, when it comes to the macroeconomic data, there are more influences that come into play. But when it comes to the defense budget, nominal data are clear. And if you compare 2021 or 2021 and the 2022 budget, the increase was about to be by less than 10 billion, and now the increase is planned for 5 billion. And at the same time, the forecast, the midterm forecast, also the midterm forecast has an upward trend. So the defense budget is increasing, which is of utmost importance for recruitment, for military procurement, for investments, so for everything that is important for the development of the army. So yes, when we look at the overall budget, there are of course some macroeconomic data, and yes, the budget has or the GDP has decreased, but it did not have such an impact on the defense budget, because since 2015 it has been nominally increasing. So the defense budget has been nominally increasing since 2015. Okay, another raised hand. Is there someone? Yes. Alice Kiziková, Institute of International Relations. You mentioned the threat coming from the Russian Federation. So I have a question to both ministers. What steps can be taken to improve the situation? Perhaps I can start. Yes. This topic has been mentioned here several times already. And I would again like to go back to the summit in Brussels, where this topic was widely discussed. And as you know, the summit adopted, let's say, a two-tier principle of relations between the alliance and the Russian Federation. So when it comes to the Russian activities, we assess Russia as an adversary, an enemy to the alliance, but at the same time we know that it is our neighbor, and we have to look for a space for communication, for strategic communication and de-escalation of our relations and improvement of our relations with Russia. So that's how it was discussed at the summit, and I absolutely agree with it, and I absolutely agree with this principle or approach, if you will. What is important for me is to avoid the illusion that was here in the past, which is that Russia will cross a red line that we will draw, then we will raise our hand, say no, 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 don't do that, apply or impose sanctions, and then just leave it be and act as if nothing had happened. And then we see that the Russian Federation achieves what it wants. It happened in Georgia. It happened again in Ukraine. Should we forget about it? Should we look the other way? Everyone allowed Russia to annex a different country's territory. For the first time after World War II, there are clear military operations going on, and this is the reality. And we should not be looking the other way. Of course, we are trying to communicate with the Russian Federation, but it should be an open channel, open communication, and we should clearly say what we will no longer accept. And in this regard, I was not even surprised, but maybe disappointed by the Biden administration's change of view, change of stance against the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, because perhaps this is an area where more pressure could have been exerted on the Russian Federation, and perhaps further steps taken, especially with regard to Ukraine. But unfortunately, that's the geopolitical situation. The world is what it is. We have to communicate, but we also set the red lines that we will not cross. And in Slovakia, we kicked out 3 Russian diplomats who were spies, but they had diplomatic coverage. So we want to send a clear message that we will no longer accept Russian spies making our territory their playground. So we should send a clear message saying what should not be accepted. Thank you. Another raised hand there in the back. Good morning, Daniel Koštoval, former Deputy Minister of Defense and now Center for Transatlantic Relations. I would like to ask both ministers, what are the specific plans when it comes to Czech-Slovak cooperation of ground forces? Because I personally see great potential there. Thank you for this question. It is clear that you know what you are talking about. I would like to thank the former deputy minister, because if we are realists. I can tell you that when it comes to the bilateral cooperation with Slovakia, our cooperation is very good. But when it comes to the ground forces cooperation, we have no specific project, no concrete project in the pipeline when it comes to, let's say, providing for joint technology or something like that. But perhaps I would like to extend it to V4 cooperation. In the past, we had V4 combat vehicles, some other megalomaniac projects. But when you look at it in the reality and how we assessed it, well, none of the projects were actually successful. The financial planning was all wrong. There were combining of different capabilities of individual armies. So there were many problems. So in the past, at the level of V4, we tried to look for or set the principles for cooperation in this area. We launched some minor projects, such as procurement of small caliber ammunition. And perhaps this was a project that was successful at the V4 level. So let's start with minor projects and see if we can build on these these fundamentals, and perhaps then continue with bilateral projects with Slovakia. Perhaps we could find some common ground to build on, because our both defense sections are in close cooperation. And we share experience, so we don't have any specific projects in the pipeline with our Slovak counterparts, but perhaps we could think of some. Hello, I'm glad to see you after a while. Yes, the truth is that we haven't managed any V4 projects successfully. Unfortunately, any bilateral projects that would be any major projects, and so that's the fact. And also, both our countries are modernizing their ground forces intensively, and perhaps there are 3 projects that we could implement in the near future. When I'm talking about the near future, I am talking about the complete replacement of infantry fighting vehicles, to replace them with tracking IVs, also 8x8 vehicles, and also standard vans or trucks. These are projects that we would like to implement in this term in office. But just these 3 projects are in the volume of several billions of euros, so it's a great business. And of course, I see some potential for further cooperation at the bilateral level. And it was good that in the past that we signed several letters of intent or memoranda and so on, and politicians took photographs and so on. But the reality, the real impact was none. And therefore, I would like to perhaps focus more on the reality and less on the political declarations. So hopefully we will be able to find joint path. Thank you. And now time for a last question. I'm an editor from Hospodářské noviny. With regard to reflecting the communiqué from the summit in Brussels, I would like to ask about 2 specific points from the final communiqué. One of them was a proposal to establish an innovation fund and an acceleration fund, or in order to accelerate or innovative accelerators. So I would like to ask, what opportunities does it bring for our national companies? Thank you for your question. I'm glad that you asked this question, because as I've mentioned some points from the conclusion of the summit, if we want to have the technological dominance of the alliance, we need to have an accelerator called Diana. And in connection with this Diana accelerator, we launched a discussion about the fund to promote innovative and research projects, because AI, robotics, space exploration, these are domains that have the utmost priority. And the alliance, together with the EU, would like to intensify our research efforts. Companies in general, or our domestic companies, will have the opportunity to be involved in these projects. The Czech Republic has a great potential in this regard. There are many companies in the Czech Republic with very good renown, but also so not only very good image, but also a very good know-how. And when we implement these systems and we complete this innovation fund, because the fund has not been adopted yet or created, there have only been discussions launched about this innovation fund. But I hope that if it is completed, both our countries will have the opportunity to be involved in. Yes, we do not know how we will be involved because the discussions are only at the beginning. But I think that it will be, let's say, a joint fund with joint financing, joint funding. Each country will send some amount approximately, and I'm sure that there will also be the possibility for Slovak companies to be second or third subcontractors, because of course the big countries will have the major slice of the pie. But also I'm sure that our companies will be involved as well. We will perhaps be able to contribute as a second or a third subcontractors of larger companies. But thank God for that, even for that. Thank you for answering these questions, but please stay seated for a little while. We have a little change in our program. It's, let's say, a surprise, but we decided to keep it under wraps until now, and we are thankful for the proposal of the German embassy to have a small ceremony here, and I would like to ask His Excellency, the German ambassador, to join me here, and also General Poručík, Mr. Kopecký, and also the German attaché for defense, Mr. Lieutenant Colonel Oswald.
What we are about to experience is a short ceremony, an important ceremony. We really appreciate the proposal of the German embassy to have this ceremony during the conference, and that is to award the Cross of Honor of Bundeswehr. This is an award that was introduced in 1980 on the occasion of the 25th anniversary of Bundeswehr, and the decoration is awarded by the German Federal Ministry of Defense as a visible commendation for loyal service and exemplary execution of duties. Since 1994, this Cross of Honor was awarded 23 times to Czech soldiers. It is the 5th honor awarded at the golden level. Last time it was awarded in 2004 to Brigadier General Halaška. So we truly appreciate that the Cross of Honor will be awarded during our conference. I pass the floor on to Mr. Israng.
Members of the Senate, Excellencies, Generals, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to steal you a few seconds of your coffee break to honor a Czech general. After the coffee break, the German Minister of Defense, Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer, will join us by video call. But before she does so, she has asked me to hand over a decoration to a Czech general. The Minister of Defense of the Federal Republic of Germany has decided to award Lieutenant General Josef Kopecký with the Golden Cross of Honor of the Bundeswehr for his outstanding contribution to our bilateral military relations within NATO. As the commanding general of the Czech land forces, Lieutenant General Kopecký has implemented the close and structured cooperation of the 4th Rapid Deployment Brigade of the Czech Armed Forces with the German 10th Armored Division within NATO's framework nation concept. This cooperation has already been proven as successful and fruitful for both countries and for NATO in general. And this is why we hope that this cooperation is continued, deepened, and broadened. I have now the honor to hand over the award to Lieutenant General Kupetsky. Congratulations, General.
Tak ještě jednou děkujeme.
So once again, many thanks to the Embassy of Germany. It was an important moment for our conference. So once again, big thanks go to our two panelists. And the next item of the agenda will be a video conference with the Ministry of Defense of the Federal Republic of Germany. This video conference will be ready in about 20 minutes. And that's why I suggest that we will have a short break. But please come back on time at 10:45. Thank you very much.
We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of
partenaires
like-minded countries.
ataque contre
An
o
attack
nós
on one of
é
us
ataque
is an
contra
attack
todos.
on all of us.
Somos soldados,
We are soldiers. Diplomati, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO. We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
Ataque contre
An
um de
attack
nós
on one of
é
us
ataque
is an
contra
attack
todos.
on all of us.
Somos soldados,
We are soldiers. Diplomati, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO. We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
Ataque contra
An
um de
attack
nós
on one of
é
us
ataque
is an
contra
attack
todos.
on all of us.
Somos soldados,
We are soldiers. Diplomati, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO. We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
Ataque contra
An
um de
attack
nós
on one of
é
us
ataque
is an
contra
attack
todos.
on all of us.
Somos soldados,
We are soldiers. Diplomaki, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO. We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
Ataque contra
An
um de
attack
nós
on one of
é
us
ataque
is an
contra
attack
todos.
on all of us.
Somos soldados,
We are soldiers. Diplomaki, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO. We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
Ataque contra
An
um de
attack
nós
on one of
é
us
ataque
is an
contra
attack
todos.
on all of us.
Somos soldados,
We are soldiers. Diplomaki, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO. We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
Ataque contra
An
um de
attack
nós
on one of
é
us
ataque
is an
contra
attack
todos.
on all of us.
Somos soldados,
We are soldiers. Diplomaki, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO.
Good morning, everybody, and good morning from Prague, and hello to Berlin. Minister Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer, it's a great pleasure to see you online and to be welcoming you. Today we meet at a very turbulent time. Our countries are slowly starting to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic with a significant help of our armed forces. But with recovery comes a growing pressure on the consolidation of public finances. On the international level, we are learning to work with the new US administration, pulling out of Afghanistan, facing Russia's aggressive pressure on NATO and its partners. And in the Middle East, the tensions still prevail in many areas. The West is trying to figure out how to strengthen its identity, while Europe is trying to be a stronger global player and is attempting to insert itself into the global competition between the United States, China and Russia, and the leading motto of this competition being rapid technological change. At the same time, the pressure on democratic institutions remains intense. Overall, a pretty good mix for a serious international headache, if I may say. So the first starting question, Minister, to you would be, what is your recipe for the success, and how do we ensure we preserve our freedom while continuing to provide security and safety to our citizens? But since your time is limited, allow me to dig deeper into 3 additional areas, if I may. For many years, you have emphasized a need for coordinated approach on defense and security, both across the Atlantic and within individual countries. Are the tools we have available today strong and efficient enough to reach that goal? Second, you have said that Europe cannot ensure its security without the United States and should not strive to develop an independent defense strategy. But at the same time, you are also a strong proponent of Europe doing more and of a strong NATO-EU cooperation in the transatlantic relationship in general. So where do you see the relationship between Europe and the United States coming, and how do we strike the right balance between European capabilities and transatlantic cooperation? And finally, since this is also about a conference about internal security and defense, I cannot not mention the defense spending and budget. For many years, we have seen Germany increasing defense budget substantially, more than 3% compared to the previous year. But like many other allies, you are still moving towards the 2% GDP benchmark. So taking into account the budgetary needs brought on to the pandemic, as I mentioned in the beginning, and the upcoming general election in both our countries, how do you see the future of German defense spending and the solution of the structural issues the sector has been facing? So once again, herzlich willkommen. Thank you very much for joining us, and the floor is to you, to Berlin.
Vielen herzlichen Dank. Thank you very much, and greetings to Prague. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted at this opportunity to exchange with you some ideas on security policy in Europe. And I will be happy to respond to the questions that have just been mentioned. Your conference, Our Security Cannot Be Taken for Granted, has become an important stage for debates on European security ever since 2014. And this debate is necessary because we can see that when we look at the world around us, a world where security is becoming more complex than it used to be, a world where our common rules-based order is threatened and challenged by some overtly and covertly. An order, and I'd like to stress that, which our prosperity and our security is based on, an order that is founded on respect and where universal rights apply. We now see more clearly than before that our security cannot be taken for granted. And we Europeans, and that has been one of your questions, need to contribute more towards our own security. Security is becoming more complex because the technological revolution has created different kinds of threats. At the same time, conventional, traditional threats have remained. Our security is becoming more complex because it can no longer be seen regionally. It is always global. This morning, I talked about this with my Japanese counterpart. So there are no more borders because of the global nature of cyberspace or the global nature of supply chains. We can see that a crisis in Asia can turn into a crisis in Europe, and a humanitarian disaster at NATO's southern flank can affect us directly in Europe. We see that global phenomena such as climate change have created new geopolitical realities. Just think of the Arctic or the Chad Basin. So Europe has turned into one of the scenes where these new realities become more palpable. China is using investment and economic power to try and become a veto power in Europe, to try and achieve a Europe that is fragmented and incapable of acting. Russia's ambitions are similar. Its economic power is weak, but its other capabilities are strong: military threats and its implementation, and disinformation and propaganda. My impression has been that Moscow is not really interested in cooperating with the West. On the contrary, it's considering itself as a countermodel opposed to the West. And that is a threat that is very real to our friends at NATO's eastern flank. In the Sahel, Islamic terror is spreading, and it brings about misery, instability, and terror, above all for the people in the region. But there's also the danger of migration movements, a threat to Europe. In southern Europe, this threat is top of the list of urgent problems. In the Middle East also, we need to cut down on safe havens for Islamist terror and at the same time support stabilization endeavors. We had to learn the hard way what groups such as the so-called Islamic State or Al-Qaeda can do in Europe. The question of Iran remains urgent. This is an issue where Europe is closely involved diplomatically, an issue that is of vital significance for security back at home, in the region, and the security of Israel. Because so many of these conflict lines come together in Europe, we need an intensive security debate about these issues, and that is what you are doing at the Prague Security Conference. But in Europe, we not only talk, but we must take action, and that is what we're doing. Since the illegal annexation of the Ukrainian peninsula Crimea, almost all countries of Europe have increased their defense spending. We have done so too, and tomorrow we will pass a defense budget which has 50.3 billion for defense spending, and that is a record in Germany, and it is quite a challenge. It is the same for other countries. It is quite a challenge after the stress placed on our budgets by the COVID pandemic. But still, we need sustainable defense spending, and we need to increase defense spending in future. It will not be a simple task, but it is a task which I believe is necessary, and it relies on European cooperation. We have the European Defence Fund, we have PESCO projects, and we have joint armament projects. These are important tools to make sure that the funding we need and we may not have individually will be available so that we can improve European security. For the first time, we Europeans have given the European Union something like a defense budget. We are currently developing the strategic compass, which is to be our strategic guideline for the future of the EU. And as I just said, we cooperate on armament projects. We intensify cooperation between the EU and NATO. We try to make sure that countries that are not members of the EU and NATO can still participate in PESCO projects. One thing is clear: a strong EU strengthens NATO and consequently European security as a whole. So it is a good thing that last week at the summit meeting, the European NATO members supported the NATO 2030 reform. This reorientation of the alliance is vital. We're thus creating a joint basis for our future. This is true for the military threat posed by Russia at the eastern flank and the strategic threat posed by the military rise of China, and the issue of modern technologies and threats resulting from cyberspace. I believe one of NATO's greatest strengths is to keep adjusting to changing strategic conditions. The overhaul of the strategic concept that has just been launched will show this again. NATO remains, for Germany and for Europe, I'm sure, the central instrument of security policy. It ties America to Europe. It creates actual capabilities, common standards, deep integration of units and formations, and above all, cooperation in exercises and operations and missions. Now, as the West is coming under pressure and the global order is coming under pressure, NATO is exactly the instrument we need. It is not a relic of the Cold War. It is a flexible tool that can create security where it is needed, in Europe, in the Atlantic region, and all over the world when it's necessary. We have every reason to take good care of our alliance, to fund it properly, and to show its solidarity. This takes me back to my own country, Germany. Most Germans are well aware that they may be the country that has benefited most from membership in the alliance. Alliance solidarity is what made German reunification possible in 1990. And Germany, in turn, shows solidarity to its allies in cash, capabilities, and commitment as the triad goes. For a quarter of a century, our troops have been supporting NATO in many hotspots in the world, be it the Balkans, Afghanistan, or the Baltic region, where our troops participate in EFP efforts to secure NATO's eastern flank. Within NATO, we provide important capabilities, and together with the United States, we are the largest contributor to NATO's budget. And as I said, we are aware of the discussion about the amount of defense spending. That is a never-ending struggle, but we have just made it clear once again that this is one of our important objectives, to keep supporting the 2% pledge for defense spending within NATO. Last year, I traveled to the region of Central and Eastern Europe. I visited my Czech counterpart and I had an exchange of views with the security community in Prague. I also visited Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, and Bulgaria. This was a trip that was dear to my heart because Central and Eastern Europe is a key region for European security. We are tied together by more than membership of NATO and the EU. We are tied by our common history with all its disruptions and the horror of the Nazi period, but also many positive events. The Czech contribution to the fall of the Iron Curtain was vital and will never be forgotten. We are united by Western values and our shared interest in a rules-based international order. But we're also tied together by strategic necessity. None of us can be safe unless everyone is safe. It is impossible not to cooperate and to take care of each other. For Germany, as a major and economically strong country in Central Europe, this is an important duty. So my most important message to you today is to keep standing up for the motto, "Your security is our security." Germany will continue to stand by its partners in Central and Eastern Europe. To achieve this, Europe must be more responsive. Its security depends more on Europe itself than has ever been the case since 1949. The task of becoming stronger, more responsive, more capable of acting is something that we cannot delegate to any organization, not to the EU, not to NATO. It is the member states that have troops. It's the member states that provide tax money to fund these tasks. But security can only be achieved together. For us Europeans, there are three types of cooperation: NATO, EU, and cooperation with the United States. At all these three levels, Germany will keep up its commitment to maximize these ties. Within NATO, there's the impeding reform process. In the EU, there's the strategic compass and PESCO, and there's close cooperation with the United States. With all these three ties intact, Europe can face future challenges with confidence. And that can be a positive future. It is up to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister, for these very important messages, and a wholehearted thank you from Prague for your leadership in the Czech-German bilateral cooperation. Very important to us, and we look forward to be seeing you in person in Prague, hopefully soon. All the best, and now, ladies and gentlemen, dámy a pánové, budeme pokračovat s další částí programu.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our agenda. The Minister
Martin Povašil, my colleague from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to take over the mic and lead us through the next part of the program. Goodbye.
Thank you and bye-bye.
Děkuji pěkně. Dámy a pánové, budeme hned pokračovat, prosím.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue very soon. I would like to ask Mr. Kořan and also General Aleš Opata to join me here on stage.
Dobrý den ještě jednou a děkuju, že jste zůstali na svých místech.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to be the moderator of this panel called Reflections on COVID-19 as a Strategic Shock. The first question that we should ask is whether COVID-19 really represents a strategic shock. And I think that our two speakers, General Aleš Opata, Chief of the General Staff of the Czech Armed Forces, and Michal Kořan, President of Global Arena Research Institute, will answer this question clearly. Give us a clear answer. But by way of introduction, before I hand the floor over to them, perhaps a few introductory remarks. And perhaps I could say that the still ongoing pandemic certainly accelerated geopolitical megatrends that have been visible even before the pandemic. The pandemic accelerated the receding of global cooperation. It accelerated economic, political, and military rise of China. It reflected negatively in the functioning of global multilateral system. And the question is whether the pandemic on its own is a strategic shock, or whether it was just the accelerator of the processes that are bringing us to other strategic shocks. The pandemic pointed to several weaknesses or weak spots in our preparedness. We realized that we were far from being able to react to crises of this kind. It also demonstrated the preparedness of certain countries to take up the opportunity in the negative sense of the world, which led to the negative global trends that I mentioned at the beginning. Global pandemic accelerated or emphasized the need of individual states to be prepared in the complex sense of the world. Now we understand better than ever where our weakness spots are, where our weaknesses lie, whether it is our dependency on global supply chains, especially those global supply chains that stem or that originate in countries which do not have the same values as we do. The entire coronavirus pandemic went hand in hand with or was followed by disinformation campaigns and intelligence campaigns originating in countries that have different values from us, especially China and Russia. These countries are trying to paint the democratic world, the West, as weak, as unable to face threats and challenges such as COVID-19, and point to their own efficiency to handle such crises or negative trends. They paint themselves as strong, ambitious, and successful. Another alarming trend was the unprecedented onset or rise of cyber attacks and disinformation attacks. We face them time and again, and they have a very wide impact on our society, be it public as well as the private sector, be it research and development area, or the impact on our critical infrastructure. All of this could be called hybrid threats. Hybrid threats against us. And these hybrid threats show us that we have to face them in a coordinated fashion, in a coordinated approach that will involve not only countries across the entire political spectrum, across the partisan lines, if you will, but will also include our entire society. Because only resilient society can address such situations successfully. All this, and it has been mentioned here before, was also reflected by the NATO summit last week. Conclusions of the summit included the commitment of all member states to strengthen their own resilience. And suffice to say, the same trend is also the same trend about the strategic compass is visible within the EU. So, these were just a few of my introductory remarks. And now I would like to pass the floor to General Opata, who will provide his point of view of the pandemic of COVID-19 as a strategic shock.
Dobrý den.
Good morning, dear guests. The army has the strongest support from the general public and the politicians, the Prime Minister, President, the government and the Defense Committee. The budget since 2016 doubled. During this conference, top politicians meet here, as they believe that defense is a priority, but still we have not reached a point where we should be. We have delays in replacing equipment. We have a heavy mechanized brigade of the past century. We do not have tracked infantry vehicles, but we should really start thinking about new aircraft and robotic systems. And whether we will manage to procure them, when we procure them, the seemingly new Panduras will be already old. And we should go through the standard modernization project. And the current armed infantry vehicles were actually procured many years ago, 38 years after the end of the war, and we have them for 38 years as well. Stuart Beach said recently during his visit in the Czech Republic, we cannot afford the luxury of choosing from among the threats and risks that we describe in our strategic documents, unfortunately come true in real world, starting from the conventional, as we could see in Nagorno-Karabakh, through cyber threats, hybrid threats, non-state actors, authoritarian regimes, and huge development in space. The army needs to analyze what is going on and adapt to these changes. It is its duty in order to fulfill its basic function, and that is to defend the country and protect the country. That's why we analyzed the pandemic crisis as well, and we assessed it as a possible shock. This is something that we are getting ready for. We are being trained, but no one has ever met it, and no one knows what it's going to be like. A strategic shock is an unexpected event that comes uninvited, unannounced. It has a global effect impacting our way of lives. It changes plans, strategies, starting points that are the basis of the politics. And we saw that the strategic shocks derailed whole states. It impacted the employment, lifestyles, economies. Borders started to close. It's important to realize that the strategic shock comes unexpectedly, but it will not end unexpectedly. It takes months and years. And the strategic shock actually put the test of the preparedness of the state. And we couldn't do only with trained processes and procedures. We had to respond immediately and quickly. There was almost no time for preparation, and only those who will start working again will win. We need strategic plans for longer horizons. We need plans and solutions. There is no doubt that strategic leadership works in the army. That's why we managed to respond quickly. And in February 2020, hundreds of soldiers went into quarantine because they were abroad on their vacation. And we had to take decisions quickly. The system has been working in the NATO for 70 years. It's 70 years of experience. It has been proven in many conflicts, wars, and crises, and it's being adapted to new conditions. And we are part of this system. The COVID crisis confirmed that the army is an organization trained for such unexpected events. The soldiers were able to fulfill their tasks in hospitals or operate call centers, data centers, or during testing. We supported the Ministry of Health through our proven processes of crisis management. It's important for the state to be able to utilize the army to overcome a strategic shock, because no one knows what the new strategic shock will look like. We should not feel too secure. The army supported many other state institutions, but also private institutions during the crisis. It's its specific role, but the main is to get ready for the most important scenario, and that is the war. And this is reflected in my 5 priorities. The first priority is modernization, then new capabilities such as cyber forces, then the new command system, and also supporting the headcount. And that takes me back to the beginning of my speech. No person would buy a solar panel to be located on roof if he or she is not building a house with a roof. So we need to have foundation for the army so that the army can respond, and for that we need investment. Otherwise there'll be a big blow, and we need to invest into heavy brigade. That's important. And this is primarily reflected in the resilience of the state that was actually discussed also during the recent summit in Brussels. Dear friends, we have to say that we are not catching the train, not only with the adversaries, but also with allies. Our allies respond to huge development to armament systems such as hypersonic systems. We are aware of that, and we have to respond to these technological leaps, but we also need to fulfill our old homework. How you can integrate modern means with 40 old years vehicles, armed or the infantry fighting vehicles. You just cannot jump over certain steps. You know, if it comes to that, our soldiers would use even the 40-year-old equipment and fight. But the question is what their condition will be when they return if they are not equipped with modern equipment. We need to think about the future. All is described in our concept until 2030. Please read the document before you criticize the army for not knowing what the army wants. We do not live on Mars, and we understand the economic reality. I do repeat that yes, the defense budget doubled, but the army is not spending money, because spending means that you are wasting money. But we want to secure defense. Yes, the acquisition process is slow and bureaucratic, but I believe that we can cope with that. The next strategic shock could be perhaps the fact that Europeans will have to protect themselves, and its largest military ally could be fully emerged in a conflict in another part of the world. If we want to be ready for next shocks and strategic threats, we need to ask the question, do we want to have a real army? Then we cannot forget that the army supported the foundation of this state, and the soldiers are ready to serve their country. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, General. And now I would like to ask Michal Kořen to take to the stage, take to the floor, and talk perhaps about the global trends, I assume.
Vážené dámy, vážení pánové, dovolte mi především
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to thank the organizers for their kind invitation. It is a great honor for me to share the stage with Chief of the General Staff. And since I have approximately 30 slides, perhaps I will cut the introduction short and start with the presentation. Am I the only one who sees the presentation? No, it's there as well. Thank you. I asked the presentation as underground sources of deglobalization. What does it mean? I want to talk about things that we perceive that they are here, but perhaps we don't consider them being linked to our security and geopolitics. And perhaps that's why I would like to emphasize this here. Last week we discussed a few trends such as decoupling or slowing deglobalization or slowing globalization and decoupling between China and the US. So we talked about our vulnerability and impact of the COVID-19 on our supply chains. I talked about the European dependency on a shipping industry and the importance to promote our strong transatlantic community. So what is it, deglobalization? It's and decoupling. It's a drop in cross-border flows of goods, services, finance, capital, and why is it important for international politics? Let's look. Okay, is it working? Okay, it's not working. No, it's not working. Well, anyway, you see the end of the curves. So the diverging curves at the end show a drop in the flow of people. Of course, tourism was hit especially hard by COVID, but also a drop in the flow of capital and goods. That was the end of 2020. Whereas trade, as we will see soon, started to recover very quickly. But the flow of information increased significantly. But why is there the exclamation mark? It looks like we are there is information and globalization. However, some trends show that even the digital world is deglobalizing, is nationalizing. And this would mean that we would have, let's say, 3 or 4 internets, which would be very difficult to cope with. So unlike physical flows, trade has recovered quite quickly. Why is globalization important for world order and security? Just a brief illustration. You can see a drop in globalization between 1945 or 1938 before WW2, and then again a drop after between 2014 and 2016. These periods go hand in hand with a great volatility and unpredictability of the system. That's why we have to talk about it. Here we can illustrate it in greater detail. This curve shows the ratio between world order and world GDP. You can see a long period interrupted by a crisis from 1980s to approximately 2008, the global financial crisis, and then again a long period to 2010. You can see at the peaks marked by my electronic pen, because in a while I'll show you what impact they can have on global politics. So we have a drop in global trade or a growth in global trade. They are changing, and here you can see how they go hand in hand with the statistics. The first chart shows the use of tactics of violence and repression, and the right graph chart shows the use of conventional military force. Of course, we are not naive to think that deglobalization means automatically more conflicts, the rise of conflicts, but it creates the environment for conflicts, and we will see that they really go hand in hand. Countries reacted very quickly, especially compared to 2007-2008. we can see that right in the first months, that's the left side, they pumped money into economies, some 10 trillions of dollars were pumped into economy. You can see how much GDP individual countries give on recovery or recovery programs. So it shows clearly that global trade recovered very quickly compared to the crisis in 2008 and 2015, which was just a smaller crisis. But what's also important on the left chart is that the trade recovery was especially propelled or was supported by Asia and China. We know that supply chains are an important topic. We don't have to dwell on the details. But what happened? Suddenly, there was a huge demand for international shipping. There were worsened climate conditions. So it was clear during the Suez crisis. There was an interest in speeding up transport, even at the risk of some catastrophes, and that's how it ends. In 20 or 21, these 2 years, 2020 and 2021, were the years with the highest number of containers falling overboard or being lost at sea, because ships are overburdened. They are working under conditions that are not safe. In addition, we have to realize that Asian ports are very vulnerable. Over 33% of all international shipping trade goes through just a very few ports, international ports. And one of the most important ports was closed down because of COVID for several weeks, and you can see the huge impact. How long ships had to wait for being offloaded and so on. So the whole international shipping trade was blocked. It was the worst crisis since the global oil crisis in the 1970s. You can see that prices are increasing. They are under the pressure from inflation. So there are money pumped into the economy on the one side. On the other hand, there is a demand for goods because there's not enough goods. So there are huge inflation pressures. And here's another interesting chart. Look at the 3 peaks of the size of foods before, or crops before 1980, 2000 and 2013. Look at this chart. These are armed conflicts, internal as well as external or international conflicts. And you can see the correlation between expensive food commodities and the increase in armed conflicts. And here you can see it reaffirmed or confirmed by yet another chart. So what's the conclusion? And here, yes, you can see once again how inflation is increasing and how it leads to more expensive crops and food prices. Unprecedented rise of food prices. So what are the conclusions? On the one hand, we have to face deglobalization, which can destabilize relations between main powers, world powers. And on the other hand, we have to face bottlenecks in supply chains and inflation, increased food prices, which historically created conditions for volatility, for more vulnerability towards armed conflicts. So the first problem refers to global powers, whereas the second refers more to peripheral or more vulnerable states, less developed states. This shows that decoupling between economy and investments isn't as strong as we thought last year, as we feared last year. Here you can see the trade between China and Europe. We can see a drop in investments from China, but generally speaking, there is a certain decrease in investment and trade. And this goes also. This also goes for our It's true for the United States, Latin America, and so on. So, what are the conclusions? It all means that underground we are, there might be two scenarios being cooked, so to say. Political and technological pressure is on deglobalization, the shortening of delivery times or shortening of supply chains, the decoupling of main globalization centers. But what I would like to emphasize is the potential for conflicts in peripheries, in Middle East, in Africa, where you can see a dramatic increase in the prices of foods and commodities. So anyone who is preparing a construction knows how everything is more expensive. I don't know how much time I have left. Yes, I can speak for a little while. Okay, 3 minutes, good. So, what are the conclusions for or implications for Central Europe? There are three implications. First of all, we have to be ready for conventional conflicts in our neighborhood, which could be brought on not by the food crisis, but let's say it could create the conditions for that. It's also related to migration. Second of all, we have to be prepared for the scenario when, in case of shortening of supply chains and localization of intellectual property and know-how, which are prerequisites for globalization, means that our country, which is dependent on global economy and because we are still, let's say, industrial base for the world, we have to be very wary of these trends, because if the production is moving to where the intellectual property is, it will have a great negative impact for us, not only political but also economically. I cannot imagine Europe where Central Europe is not providing, let's say, parts, car parts to Europe. So the links are being disrupted, and it would have a very negative impact on the stability of European politics as well, not only economy, because economy and politics go hand in hand. I had a few more slides which were to illustrate how Central Europe is not ready for these trends. We have a lack of investments in research and development, and especially in the Czech Republic, we are lacking sufficient investments in higher education, in universities. I can show you at least one slide. Do you see the two curves at the bottom? The brown and green one, the green and brown curves, these are ratios of university education expenditure ratio in the Czech Republic and Slovakia. That's terrible. And the same goes to defense spending. Again, this is the cornerstone of our security and prosperity. So what I'm trying to say is that Central Europe is very vulnerable in terms of economy as well as political volatility. And we are not ready for it. We are not able to transfer money into research, development and education. We are not able to transfer money into patents, intellectual property and business. So, to conclude, and perhaps I'm not saying anything new, is that there are a few things that we can do nothing about, such as global inflation and global food prices. But there are things that we can do something about. We can change. We've been talking about it for 30 years and still we haven't achieved it. These are investments in research, development, education, sustained investments in our defense and security and so on. So these were just a few brief remarks. Thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to our discussion.
Moc krát děkujeme. Michal Kořán.
Yes, Michal Kořán has not disappointed me, and he keeps showing quite negative future, but it's, I believe, quite close to reality. We have some 10 minutes for discussion. If you allow, I will misuse my position of being a moderator and ask you the first question. We've been talking more about negative impacts of the COVID shock and pointing out to our vulnerabilities and weaknesses. Can you see any positive things? Anything positive for the Czech Republic or for the West. General Opata. Perhaps we should talk about positives as first. Well, for me, it's mobilization and also cohesion of the population. Well, the nation actually took it seriously, and it was quite clear. The second point is that the Czech Republic, similarly to our colleagues, have lived under very strict measures, pandemic measures, and the citizens of this country, and I'm proud of that, that it lasted for more than a year. We managed to overcome it, and that is good, as the society is actually willing to adapt if there is a crisis and to withstand it for quite a long period of time. Michal, thank you very much for this question. I truly believe that the crisis is a bad piece of message, and it's not true that every crisis can be somehow utilized. We've heard that. So I will repeat what has already been said here, but COVID actually showed the need for a stronger transatlantic links, the need to respond to technology changes, and that we can see it reflected in specific policies, not only in the Czech Republic, but also at the level of the European Union. Companies realize their own vulnerabilities with respect to global supply chains. So all in all, I think that Europe is getting more prepared, but anyway, it's a bad piece of information or news. And now I open the discussion and ask the questions from the audience, if there are any. It seems that the audience is so depressed that there are no questions.
Nenechte mě to uzavřít.
Do not let me close this panel.
Dobrá, teda možná se zeptám ještě na jednu věc.
Perhaps I will have one more question. Do you think that the crisis that we are undergoing is a principal game changer in terms to which extent new technologies play their role? And do not restrict yourself in your reaction to only economic aspect, but also security and defense aspects. Well, the crisis showed that new technologies and technology leaps are able to impact significantly the crisis, and that's the biggest problem. You all perhaps remember that healthcare professionals fought with the negative impacts of the crisis. They saved lives, and despite all of that, there was a huge solidarity. Despite all of that, that did not prevent from actually cyber attacks against those most vulnerable facilities and the most vulnerable infrastructure. Luckily enough, it focused on these elements, not on the banking sector and other areas, but it clearly showed that every single complex crisis could be misused, and the adversaries would just use this opportunity. So for me, yes, the pandemic crisis highlighted the threats in the cyberspace. Yes, Mikhail? Well, I think it will be the topic for the next panel, but for me, what happened in the area of technologies is the threat of the digital divide. Until now, we had a feeling that the digital globalization is getting stronger, digital transfer of data across borders, but the crisis showed to us that it doesn't have to be linear. And the idea that the digital world is going to be fragmented similarly to the physical world, that internet is going to be integrated to certain strategic poles, that's a horrible idea, because it will have an impact on the overall political and global culture, and that would be scary. I would like to add, not to paint it all black, that many positive things have happened. If you take healthcare as a whole, within a short period of time, there was an integration of e-prescriptions, of e-sickness leaves within a month. Healthcare was digitized in areas that were discussed in the past but not implemented. So there were these opportunities, and it showed the ability of the state and some of the institutions and IT technologies that we are able to do what is important in order to protect the citizens. Thank you very much for this ray of light into the dark world that was described here by Michal Kořán. I can see a hand. It's Veronica, I guess. Hello. Well, I want to ask, what is your opinion about the conspiracy theories and their role in the crisis? When we were sitting at homes, there was a huge amount of various conspiracy theories. Do you believe that they will disappear and they were connected with the crisis? Or is it something that we could expect with the development of digital technologies? Or what was the role of state or non-state actors? Michal. Thank you very much. I will not have an expert opinion on that. Okay. I would like to be an optimist in this area. I believe that an educated society, as a European society, has a natural ability to reflect on itself. And I think that we have already touched the bottom with respect to sensitivity towards conspiracy theories. And I think that we are learning how to work with it. Things are changing also in case of digital giants such as Facebook, Twitter, and they actually quite interestingly joined the campaign in the US. And I believe it's part of the critical reflection of the civilization that went digitized, but we still do not know how to work with it. And the question about state, non-state actors, that will be a topic for the next panel, but it's quite clear that those that are adversary to us. They play the role, but we are actually helping them as well. As for the conspiracy theories, I firmly believe that there has always been conspiracy theories. The question of responding to them and to fake news is actually education of the public and the ability to confirm the information from from multiple sources. And the pandemic contributed to that because the debate on social media and other media in the cyberspace were really interesting, and I believe that a major part of the general public stopped trusting a single source and started focusing on multiple sources in order to confirm whether the information is true or not. I am an optimist, but on the other hand, when I say that for 3 months I am locked in a small flat in the middle of Prague, I have nothing to do but to surf the internet and read what is written there. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to close this panel. Thank our panelists, General Aleš Opata and also Michal Kořan. I would say that the effort to come up with something positive is restricted to 2 statements, and that is the confirmed cohesion and the resilience of our inhabitants, not only in the Czech Republic, but in general in Europe. And the second element that I perceive as something positive for the future, I feel quite clearly recovery of the cohesion of the West, which was also confirmed during the summit, NATO summit in Brussels last week. So with this optimistic conclusion, I would like to thank you for your attention and for your speeches and comments. Thank you.
Dovolte mi poděkovat.
I would like to thank not only General Aleš Opata, Michal Kořan and Martin Povejšil for being our moderator. So we have actually completed the first half of our conference. Now I would like to invite you for lunch, and please come back in less than an hour. And the next topic that we will cover will be cybersecurity. We have a very interesting expert panel, and then the traditional highlight, the home server will be the political debate of 9 political parties represented in the parliament, and they will actually give us a political reflection on what we've been discussing, because we try to have not only the expert debate but also the political debate, and that is the debate of our politicians. So thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch, and please come back at 12:45. Thank you.
We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
attaque contre
An
nós
attack on one of
é
us
attaque
is an
contra
attack
todos.
on all of us.
Somos soldados,
We are soldiers. Diplomati, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO. We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
attaque contre
An
nós
attack on one of
é
us
attaque
is an
contra
attack
todos.
on all of us.
Somos soldados,
We are soldiers. Diplomati, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO. We are NATO.
Une alliance de
An
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
Ataque contra
An
um de
attack
nós
on one of
é
us
ataque
is an
contra
attack
todos.
on all of us.
Somos soldados.
We are soldiers. Diplomati, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO. We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
Ataque contre
An
um de
attack
nós
on one of
é
us
ataque
is an
contra
attack
todos.
on all of us.
Somos soldados,
We are soldiers. Diplomati, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO.
To nějak Zbyněk zahajovat? Čekáme na Zbyňka, nebo? Kde? Můžeme začít? Dobře, vážené dámy a pánové, bych požádal...
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention. We are cutting time from a very interesting panel. And since it is very difficult to draw your attention after such a good lunch and a whole morning full of interesting speakers, I would like to show you a few slides that will perhaps remind you of the non-traditional threats that we are faced with also during the pandemic. This does not mean that this panel will only talk about disinformation, but certainly this is something that we all have to deal with and that complicates our lives time and daily these days, time and again these days.
Takže já věřím tomu, že to všichni poznáváte.
I think you all know what I'm talking about. So please allow me to open the first afternoon panel. It's panel 3 on challenges with the subtitle saying Security in the Era of Disinformation, the Grey Zone as a New Phenomenon and System of Anti-Crisis Protection, What Threatens Us and What Can Be Done. I'm Karel Řehka, Director of National Cyber and Information Security Agency. And please allow me to introduce our panelists who, as you will see, have a very wide range of experience, which is very important for this topic. So I will introduce them in an alphabetical order. So Tomáš Kopečný is Deputy Minister for Industrial Cooperation of Ministry of Defense of the Czech Republic. Retired General Petr Pavel, former chairman of the NATO Military Committee and former chief of the General Staff of the Czech Armed Forces. Also Mr. Josef Středula, president of the Bohemian Moravian Confederation of Trade Unions. And last but not least, František Vrábel, founder and CEO of Semantic Visions. Gentlemen, it is an honor for me to be the moderator of this panel. So without any further ado, I will open this panel and perhaps in just 5 minutes introduce the topic. Over the past few decades and years in the security area, we have witnessed many new challenges and shocks that started or triggered new discussions and approaches. Everyone remembers Al-Qaeda attacks from 9/11. And most of us, directly or indirectly, contributed to the global war on terror. In 2007, we witnessed mass disinformation attacks and cyber attacks of a state actor on a different state, following its sovereign decision, which was Estonia, which decided to move Stalin's statue to a military cemetery. As a result of these attacks, the state administration was affected, and it was followed by other cyber attacks. If I skip ahead a bit, in 2014 we watched on the Crimean Peninsula an unprecedented occupation of a sovereign state, another sovereign state, for the first time since World War II. In 2015, our entire attention was taken by the migration crisis, and in the years to come, we witnessed many new terrorist attacks on soft targets all over Europe, which again triggered new discussions regarding the topic of radicalization and the protection of soft targets. If we skip ahead to this year, now we have faced or fought the global pandemic for the second year in a row, and we have to fight disinformation campaigns related to the pandemic. This is not an exhaustive list, but the reason I mentioned it is because it illustrates the dynamics of the security environment and the complexity of the threats that we are faced with, and the speed with which the situation is changing. Also, our own limits to predict these threats and be prepared for them. Even though we face COVID right now, it is not the only strategic shock that we have to deal with. We discuss topics more than before that are not the traditional security topics. These are gray zone topics, gray zone flows, hybrid warfare and hybrid threats, new technologies and their impact on our lives, cybersecurity, cyber defense, technological edge, technological progress, disinformation, and so on. Often these threats come from the space which is not as clear-cut as war and peace. It's a space that includes both state and non-state sectors. That's the gray zone. And originators of hybrid campaigns use the vulnerability of the society in all regards. And these vulnerabilities are then being combined and misused through various instruments. So these new instruments are used side by side traditional instruments such as military, diplomatic, economic, as well as social and legal instruments. These campaigns are very dangerous because it is very difficult to assess them, to react quickly, to know who's behind them and what their goal is, and to react appropriately. Whereas our lives and our security, as was mentioned here before, are still dependent on technologies, increasingly dependent on technologies, and are starting to affect us. And we are even more affected by emerging and disruptive technologies. We have to protect our know-how, we have to protect our supply chains, we have to protect our cutting-edge technologies, we have to make sure that our suppliers are safe, and we also have to make sure that when we cooperate with countries who are not like-minded, we have similar standards for these technologies. I think Michal Kořan mentioned here the emergence of 2 or 3 internets and their impact. And we also have to fight the misuse of our democratic principles by countries who promote a different world order and different values. With regard to the dynamics of the environment and the speed of change that we are faced with, and its difficult unpredictability, we have to ask certain questions, key questions, such as how resilient are we? How are we able to draw lessons and adapt? And are we able to promote long-term principles and prioritize them against immediate benefits? Are we able to have a clear vision and cooperate with partners abroad and with our allies? And a quick question is there a consensus on our key shared values across the society, and are we willing as a society to defend them? And now I would like to conclude my opening remarks, and perhaps I would pass the floor to the panelists. And perhaps a general question to our panelists. So, gentlemen, if you could answer this question with regard to your background and your expertise, and if you could please keep within certain limits, especially, let's say, 5-minute limit. What are the most important challenges for our security? We can talk about external as well as internal challenges. And are we ready for these challenges? And can we even be prepared for them? So what are the most important challenges, and are we ready to face them? And can we even be prepared for face them? So I would like you to answer in alphabetical order. So Mr. Kopečný, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to be here. And I will answer by delivering a short presentation. It's a couple of slides. Could you please run it for me? I would like to illustrate technology development and how we could distort reality. 50s in the Czech Republic and in Soviet Union actually showed us how to adapt reality, how to adapt photographs. So certain photographs that were no longer suitable were adjusted. Then there was a new wave that was based on the existing photographs to which you added some graphics such as the burning city of Donetsk or a falsified Ukrainian banknote showing Adolf Hitler. But now I will show you something that you might have in your phone, not a photograph of Karel Řehka, but what you can do with it. Many of you would not see the difference because he is really resembling Tom Cruise. But it actually took me about 10 seconds to do it, and it costs me nothing because the apps are freely available. So the main challenge, as I can see it, are technologies. Controlling them, developing them, and our awareness about them. Who controls them, where they are, and how can we use them. The last slide shows the next phase, that is in the R&D phase. The first 3 slides showed the existing material that was changed. I do understand that the avocado chair is not perhaps the best topic to illustrate security issues, but actually if you add keywords to modern software, they will create story. You do not have to have Mission Impossible shot as a movie and implement the face of Karel Řehka. You just write a script and a new reality will be created. That's all from the presentation, but I would like to say what are the threats and what can we do about it. The first item is the awareness. So the first challenge is that we need to know what is going on in the Czech Republic, within NATO, what is being developed and what will come to the market in the nearest future. We also need to know how to develop technologies and how to protect them. Karel Řehka was mentioning the grey zone, and this is the area where the current technology challenges meet. In most cases, we talk about private capital, private investors. These funds are available, they are cheap, and they have a huge impact on defense and security. We do not control them, and we are not aware that they are being developed. But it does not mean that our adversaries are not aware of them. And that's why we should be aware of what we have right now, what is in potential, and what our adversaries are thinking about, that through acquisitions or through actually stealing, they would take hold of it. We are not starting from point zero. In the past 3 years, this topic has moved forward. Last week there was a NATO summit in Brussels, and for the first time in a long time, the topic of technologies resonated there quite strongly. For the first time, practical steps were taken, such as the creation of innovation funds. that should integrate funds and capabilities in order to develop new technology platforms. The European Defence Fund also goes in this direction. 9 billion euros within the next financial framework is the first tangible progress in the area of technology development. And last but not least, the role of the private sector is important. PPP, the willingness of private partners that will not pose a threat to us and that will be willing to develop these technologies is a key challenge for us. And that's why we need to set up such a regulatory environment and such incentives, financial, legislative, so that our laboratories, universities attract funds that will be used for the protection of our country in the decades to come. Thank you very much. I pass the floor on to the General Petr Pavel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will have a look at the topic from a slightly different perspective. We've been talking about dynamic development of the environment. We see that the borders between internal and external threats caused by state and non-state actors are fading away, also military and non-military threats. But our knowledge has a tendency, and our minds tend to remain in the past. So we still think about the categories of internal, external, military, non-military. And although we have already taken several measures to improve the situation, when you look at it specifically, we deal with issues on a level of a single industry or field. Today's crises are cross-cutting crises, so they affect the whole society, irrespective of the political beliefs or religious beliefs. And the latest crisis, and hopefully we are getting out of it, showed that the crisis could truly be a cross-cutting crisis. And that indicates that you cannot respond to such a crisis using standard means, as in the past. You have to respond in the same cross-cutting way as it impacts all the layers of the society, out of the whole spectrum of threats. Military threats are getting less important, and hybrid threats are getting more and more important. The word hybrid, it's important to know that's a product of Western security theory, and although we attribute it to Russia, they have never used this term. They use the term active measures, and they've had it for years and years. And the old instruments such as propaganda, psychological measures, espionage, were complemented by new tools that were allowed by new technologies with the coming of social media and internet. We've talked about it a lot of times today. The threats of disinformation campaigns, cyber threats. All of these have one specific objective that could be summarized by a statement of Sun Tzu, who said, if you cannot be as strong as your adversary, make your adversary weaker to reach your level or even lower. And after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the disintegration of the Warsaw Pact, Russia learned its lesson. And China was also quite attentive and learned even a better lesson. as its conditions are more advantageous than if we talk about Russia. And in the global competition with the West, they actually moved majority of their activities into this gray area or hybrid operations. This does not eliminate the importance of traditional forces, meaning the armies, as we see that the Russian Federation, China, and many other countries that are considered not to be adversaries, perhaps, but a security threat, are modernizing and developing their conventional and nuclear arsenals. And they also spend a lot of money in activities in the hybrid zone. And there are two aspects related to this hybrid zone, and that's that activities within these areas is under the threshold that we would coin an aggression, at least in terms of the current definition of aggression. So that makes it more difficult to identify it as a threat and to respond accordingly. And the second characteristic is the ability to deny for a long time who is the originator, and thus contribute to the overall confusion created by this. And some of the aspects related to hybrid activities are used by all states, including our allies, because propaganda or information activities are activities that everyone is taking. The question is what is the intensity and what are the objectives. That's why we need to perceive the security environment as a comprehensive environment, and security issues cannot be resolved only by uniformed men and women, armies or policemen or intelligence, but all the layers of the society, as security today covers all aspects of our lives. Even the crisis that has not originated from a targeted activities of a particular country could affect security all around the world. And as we've heard from the previous speeches, for example, by General Opata, there are states, groups or individuals that will not hesitate and use the worst crisis to harm others. So this is the reality in which we live. And that's why I believe that today that it makes no sense to define threats in a certain order, such as Russia, China, global terrorism. But within Central Europe and specifically in the Czech Republic, I see the biggest threat in not being able to identify the threat and how. And that's why we have an issue with determination which tools to use, and also we need to support the tools by sources both human and financial and also material.
In practice, still our security or defense is divided according to different resorts, and even though we thought that we should focus more on horizontal combination of individual areas of our security, we still use the division of national or resort defined division. We have to change our approach, otherwise we will not be able to react sufficiently to the new security environment. Thank you. And now I would like to ask Mr. Josef Středula for his answer and contribution. Good afternoon. I'm sure you are surprised to see a representative of the president of the Confederation of Trade Unions to be sitting here, but I'm glad to have this opportunity because as a citizen, security is of utmost importance for me. It's a topic that concerns me as well. But imagine it is the 22nd of June, you would like to participate in a tender announced by, let's say, a security unit of a country. You work for a company, you're a responsible worker, and suddenly someone attacks your entire computer system and does everything in his or her power to prevent you from submitting your proposal, because they know everything about you and your company. And this actually happened at the beginning of this week. So this is no fiction. I also have my own personal experience with cyber attacks. I was attacked through information technologies, even old-fashioned information technologies. I did not know what it meant before I found out, and it took actually 2 years for me to discover it. I was not aware how dangerous these technologies can be, how vulnerable we are, how someone can access illegally the registry of inhabitants and use your personal data. And when I saw the short film that Pavel Kopečný showed me, it was a very soft activity because I was my family and I were the victims of such an attack in full swing. So if there's something that we should do to avoid these threats, the gray zone threats, the disruptive, emerging and disruptive technologies, EDTs, and other challenges, I see other threats that are ahead of us. And I think that we should teach our society to work with information, be it the new generation as well as the economically active generation. Do you think that someone is working with blue-collar workers somewhere in a factory, how not to believe everything they read on the internet? No one is doing that. No one is interested in it. No one cares. And then people are surprised to see that people actually believe it, that people are susceptible to disinformation, that they actually believe these things, that they believe spams that they receive in their mailboxes. These are complete nonsenses, but still people believe them. And this becomes a subject of fight for our democratic values. This, in my opinion, is the greatest threat. We will have general elections in autumn. Again, this is quite interesting. I was glad to hear that the Ministry of Defense has nominally more funding than in the past, but I see huge deficits of state budget, 500 billion, 370 billion, 340 billion. This is no fiction. This is what we discussed yesterday at the tripartite meeting. And I think there is a great danger of cuts, budget cuts, and not just small budget cuts, but huge budget cuts. Because what happened in 2020, there was a change in our tax system, and this is the biggest, this is the fatal mistake. Many of you are state employees, people who work with your heart, who have your know-how, and you do what you do because you believe on what you do, because your work is your hobby as well. But if someone tells you that they made huge budget mistakes, well, okay, we don't say that, we cannot spread the truth, but if someone tells you that your income will be reduced despite everything around you is increasing, all the prices around you are increasing, then I think this is also a threat to our security, because who is then vulnerable to foreign attacks? Such foreign power will turn to a person who feels undervalued and is then susceptible, let's say, to some better offer. So if we need something, we need to have a continuous and stable political vision. We need to have stable political finances in order to also have the necessary resources to fight such future threats. But last but not least, we need to have the people who know how to do it and who can do it. I have to praise General Řehka because when he for the way he prepared for this panel with us, because this tells me that we have the human resources in the Czech Republic despite the political situation in the country. But when he told me that he's afraid that in the future, not now, not right now, but in the future, he's afraid that he might not always have the top people in his team who are not only able to identify threats, but also predict them and work with them, fight them. And this is also a great danger. And then our economic strategy, or the lack of it, so to say, because our economic strategy is the main prerequisite for us being able to head forward or to go in the right direction. And if we lack such a strategy, if we don't have a viable economic and security strategy, then I'm afraid we will face serious threats in the future. I hope we will be able to find some common ground, because as regards our unions, as regards representatives of workers, we want to have clear future and stable future. So on my behalf, I can say that there are many more security threats, and political instability is one of them. So I hope that following the parliamentary elections, and I'm looking forward to hearing from the incumbent politicians or deputies. I'm quite interested in what they have to say. I wonder what they will tell us about these threats and challenges. So security, there are quite a few security threats for the Czech Republic, and there are even more when it comes to the global stage. And if we are not ready here in the Czech Republic, there is a great problem. We face a huge problem, and simply we have to start doing something about that. I have full trust in the future, but there are several buts, and I'm looking forward to the discussion in this panel. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your contribution. And now I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Vrabel. Ladies and gentlemen, from my point of view, the biggest threat ahead of us are disinformation campaigns. If I talk about disinformation, perhaps we should define what disinformation means. These are not just some independent or individual declarations by politicians aimed at trying to damage their political opponents. One of the definitions says that disinformation is clearly lying piece of information that is trying to change the thinking of citizens and influence their mindset or their thinking. Perhaps if I were to give you, let's say, more user-friendly definition, Mr. Dietmar, and also an important officer and our forces said that it's like a doctor who receives a patient and instead of curing the patient, the doctor is prolonging the illness and trying to make the patient more sick. So these are the disinformation campaigns that I will talk about today. The reason why I think that this is the biggest challenge ahead of us is because we have been the subject of disinformation campaigns for quite some time. The aim of these attacks is to create chaos, wreak havoc in our society, to make our citizens stop believing in our political establishment and thus weaken the whole country. And since I am the only one in this panel who is not, let's say, a high-ranking state official, let alone a candidate for president, I can say it out loud. The power that is standing behind these attacks, or most of these attacks, these disinformation campaigns, who are poisoning our information space in the Czech Republic and are changing our worldview is Russia. So once we named the main culprit of these disinformation campaigns, we should also name the one who is spreading the disinformation and amplifying disinformation campaigns. And unfortunately, this is a private company called Facebook. Facebook plays a crucial role in this regard and in this, let's say, very dirty business. Facebook does it on purpose because it brings them huge astronomical profits. And Mr. Zuckerberg is not interested in the outcome of this world. I personally think that we have to actively fight disinformation sooner rather than later, before our citizens reject democracy as such and choose different and authoritative regime. And since I was invited here to this security conference, and there are many high-ranking officers and representatives of the General Staff and the Ministry of the Defense, I must say that I think there is one huge challenge, which is an insufficient attention paid to the fifth dimension of warfare, which is the cyberspace. And I would be glad, and I hope we will, to talk, or I would be glad if we talked also about this area, the cyber area, and fight disinformation coming from the cyber space. The Ministry of Defense and the Czech Armed Forces have two important units, the Command of Cyber Forces and Information Operations. But since I know a thing or two about these things, the WikiCO isn't really taking any active measures in this area and is only getting ready to take any active measures in case of war, but is not really active during peaceful times. And then we have another institution or unit, which, however, is the National Center for Cyber Operations, which falls within the remit of the.
Myslím si, že nějaká analýza k tomu, jak tyto.
Which is another unit that pays attention to these things, and if we want to defend our democratic system, we have to strengthen these two units. If I were to talk about two most important areas that we should pay attention to, it's the development of artificial intelligence and the onset or rise of quantum computers or computing. Because quantum computing and quantum technologies give us unlimited computer output, computing power, and gives us the upper hand in the fight against these threats. So I hope that the Czech defense system will also pay attention to the emerging technologies and disruptive technologies, such as Deputy Minister Kopečný mentioned, and as well as Mr. Dechka in his opening remarks.
Thank you very much for your answers. The video presented by Tomáš Kopečný is from the times when I was still in the Special Forces. I'm not doing it anymore at the National Cyber and Information Security Agency. Now I will ask a question that will be more specific related to the Czech environment. Please stick to 4 minutes. And the question is, what, based on your experience and viewpoint, are the biggest problems that the Czech Republic needs to resolve in order to face future crises? And what are the biggest risks? What could happen if the problems are not being resolved? So what are the biggest problems that we should start resolving, and what are the risks if we do not resolve them? And now I will start with the second in alphabetical order, and that is General Petr Pavel. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. I'll be brief. General Opata mentioned the strategic shock possibility, and we should really take it seriously, as this is not just a pseudo possibility, but it's quite real. And the COVID crisis confirms that. We have a security system, we have many building blocks that are able to respond to crises, but we also see that the system was not functioning as well as we would have imagined, and it could not serve as a basis for a larger crisis, whether it's pandemic, energy, military, migration, or whatever other nature of crisis you can imagine. If we face a similar cross-cutting system crisis, then our system must have a better settings. Elements must be better connected, and the whole system should have its hat. Some people could say there are several of them, and it's the same as if there was no hat at all. The national system is based on the experience with floodings, and I do not want to take out credit from those who actually built it. Before that, we had nothing, and to develop it was to improve the score by 100%. But this type of crisis does not actually show that the system is well suited to it. Often we saw confusion, disruption, and the approach to resolving the crisis was chaotic rather than systemic. And solution of the next crisis could thus be even more difficult if we do not have the system. We are now getting over the crisis, and human being has tendency to forget all the negative, and unfortunately we are now approaching this phase. There'll be summer holidays, people will go for vacation to Croatia, and they will forget all about COVID. But actually, when talking about victims, we lost one medium-sized town. We lost billions of crowns. Dozens of businesses had to close down, and many people got into financial difficulties. It could not have been prevented, but if we had a well-set system that is tested, adapted, then the damage would be much, much lower. I firmly believe that. And in this country, at the level of institution, the government, we cannot see any effort to learn a lesson, to see it as an opportunity that was truly painful, to find out what is not working, what should be done differently. I tried to do it last year in summer together with other experts at the level of regions. We prepared a proposal that was not perceived as a comprehensive solution, but as a starting point. And the reaction was unwillingness, and I was so surprised that we actually cut the branch on which we are sitting. It's quite normal that we try to actually capture the good practice, but also to be aware of the bad practice in order to improve it. It's a process of collecting experience. It's quite standard in armies, in the private sector, as these forces have such a setup so that they could work more efficiently when the next challenge arises. But the state is not doing that. I'm not saying that there wasn't a similar process on individual levels. I know that the police, the firemen and the army or the healthcare did a few steps at least or carried out an internal audit, but there was nothing like a national audit. And I will strive to talk about it, as this is a topic important for every single citizens. Politicians before the elections tend to listen to the electorate, and hopefully with the new government there will be more willingness to build our security system on stronger foundations, utilizing all the functional elements and setting the system so that it has the desired shape of a pyramid, and that would take into account expert opinions and not political. Crisis management is a field of expertise, and you cannot do it with amateurs, because we could have experienced what it looks like if it's managed by amateurs in the past year and a half. So I would do a whole society audit and to adopt measures and recommendations about rectification of the system in order to be better prepared for the next crisis. Mr. Středula, the floor is yours. I would agree with General Pavel. I would be even stricter. Do you know who is the winner of this crisis? Political marketing. What was going around it, it's just unbelievable. It all started at the beginning of the corona crisis, where there was no emergency team summoned. What the political representation owes to the public is proper assessment of what went on, how individual elements of the security system actually did. If we do not make this audit, then we will do same mistakes next time. And perhaps the mistakes would be even graver, as we do not know what the next crisis will bring. And the situation could be even worse. When I talked in March last year, I warned that critical infrastructure should be secured in terms of electricity supplies. And it does not mean only the command centers of the power plants, but it also means those who are mining coal, those who are responsible for gas supplies, or who are responsible for distribution of electricity to the inhabitants. Because we knew that it will only take 12 hours before people will strive to get food, and no one talked about it. When somebody called me from a power plant that no one is actually talking about face masks, I was horrified. And it wasn't a huge power plant belonging to the state-owned company. It doesn't matter which entity is involved. I would love to see the assessment of the army of what has happened, what should have happened better. There is a sort of marketing cover, and the effort is for people to forget. And everybody believes it's okay, but it's not okay. The crisis that we went through is security, healthcare, social, and went into economic crisis. And hopefully it will not turn into a political crisis, as that would be the worst possible result. I have already coined some of the important aspects, but I will add. The issue of education should be also in the area of preparation for these measures. I was born in 1967, and I went through the basic military education, and several times I sort of remembered that it was important to go through civil defense education, and it doesn't matter what name that class could have within the educational system. I personally when I visited Japan 3 weeks before tsunami, I realized I wouldn't know what to do. For their inhabitants, it was perhaps normal. For me, it was something totally new, so it would be good to focus on that. A similar problem was discovered when I was in Brussels at the time when the bombs exploded at the airport. And then you realize it's so important for the systems to work and to have certain skills and attitudes and know what to do. And we also need to improve the technology area. We cannot lag behind. And because if you lag behind, you are really very much behind, and you cannot respond to what is going on. Today, there is discussion about various systems, and hopefully we will not only discuss about hardware, but also about technologies and software. And when we talk about fighting fighters, aircraft procurement, hopefully it will be a technology progress. So it's not only about spending, but about exchange of technology between our country and the supplier. So let's use the opportunity to make progress. So perhaps this is the right viewpoint on how to make a revolutionary change at the time of relative peace. So the biggest challenge is to assess what we need to assess, to tell the truth. And what should also work, and I'm not sure whether it works well fully, is the whole system, starting with the Security Council of the state all the way to individual persons which are impacted by the decision, because the situation is difficult, not only in healthcare, but also in security because of the Vrbětice case. And the combination of these two could not have been imagined a couple of years ago. And now we actually went through two totally different but huge crises. So the biggest problem is not to understand that, not to listen to you, to experts who know what to do. And do not underestimate the ability of our citizens to be involved, and do everything what you can to teach our inhabitants to work with these systems. And also we need to include critical thinking into our system of education, because it's always people who decide, and we just cannot be sat because of the decision taken.
Now, Mr. Vrabel. Well, I think the previous speaker summed it up quite nicely. There's not much to add, but the question was to identify the biggest threats or risks. So please allow me to be specific. Name the most important issues. In my opinion, the most important crisis that could shake our society to the fundamentals are the critical attacks or the attacks on our critical infrastructure. And this is not just about someone taking over the command of our nuclear power plant, which might sound absolutely inexplicable, that we would allow foreign nation that has the Czech Republic on its list of hostile countries, we would let such a country to build our nuclear power plant. It's absolutely something incomprehensible. But just so, I'm not talking about this scenario, but just imagine a fictional attack on our critical infrastructure. Let's say hackers would attack the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs. It does not have to be a nuclear power plant. Just imagine a Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs. And let's say they disrupt the confidentiality of the data, but let's say they change some data. And what happens in the society? People stop receiving their retirements, their pensions, their welfare benefits, and the whole country turns into chaos. So it would cause a huge crisis. And this is just one ministry, not some power plant. And this also brings me to the blackout of some critical infrastructure outside the territory of the Czech Republic, which is outside the remit of the institutions that we created for that, be it let's say the National Center to fight against the cyber attacks and so on. So if there is such a foreign attack, it would cause huge problems for us, because our institutions could not fight it. Or imagine another pandemic. It does not have to be coronavirus. It can be a different virus that we are not vaccinated against. And there are many viruses here. Our genetic code is thankful from 4 to 17% to viruses, and viruses actually accelerated evolution. So perhaps this might be interesting for you to hear that viruses actually keep the balance in nature. 1/5 of planktons in all nations is killed by viruses every day. So the entire plankton ecosystem globally changes within just 5 days. So viruses will attack us again, and this might be a more deadly virus than was the case with COVID. And another probable crisis is another extensive migration crisis, which is inevitable due to climate change. So North Africa and Middle East will continue moving to Europe. And all this is connected to the capability of the government to fight, let's say, psychological attacks through disinformation campaigns.
Tak děkuju, pana náměstku.
Děkuji. Já ještě předtím, než jsem začal angažovat Karla Řehku do filmových rolí, tak...
Well, before I made Karla Řehka a movie star, we actually shot a small film about Czech technologies called We Know What We Have. And we don't know much. We don't know what we have. The biggest threat that I see is our insufficient ability to mobilize our capabilities to fight crisis. The private sector, the public sector, the civic society. Mobilize all this together. And that's very difficult. It's very difficult to do at a systemic level. And I think that that's the main challenge lying ahead of every state, not just the Czech Republic. And this is also essential in the area of military planning. If there's something that I've learned over the past few years, is that the Ministry of Defense and the Czech Armed Forces are the institutions that are best able to prepare for crisis, to plan for crisis, to train various scenarios and then deal with them in practice when they hit. And this is also due to the fact because these institutions know, or the Czech army knows, what capabilities it has. But sometimes it's not enough. We talked about hybrid warfare, and it's not just one unit of the state or the state as such. It's about interconnectedness, about being able to mobilize all these areas together. So, do we know what we have? The question is not sufficiently. That's the biggest risk. Do we know how to use what we have? No, we don't. Not sufficiently. Do we know what we are lacking? Well, the answer would be even worse. So, how to get out of it? First of all, we have to map the terrain. We have to map the risks. We have to map our resources. Can we deal with it with our own resources, the resources of our allies, and how to invest in it? We have to invest in a targeted fashion. We have to not only, pump money where it is needed, but we have to have a plan. And every challenge in the future brings both challenges as well as opportunities. When it comes to technology, we have great primary research, but what is terrible is the capitalization, transforming our primary research into marketing and production. We have to work with the fundamentals, with the cornerstone. That's our primary research, but we have to build on that. So that was the first answer that we had that kept the 3-minute limit. Okay, perhaps I will modify my conclusions, and since we are slightly behind the schedule, I will perhaps just sum up a few things to remind you of what we've heard. And then I would formulate a question for your closing remarks. So just to say a few words. I took a list of some interesting, of a few interesting things, but that's not an exhaustive list. We have to have a cross-cutting approach. We have to take into account the impact of on the whole society, because the threats that you are faced with pose a threat to our whole society. It's not just the army that has to deal with it. It has not just the security forces, but the entire society. When it comes to disinformation, we have to bear in mind that sometimes their goal is to polarize society, to disrupt our society, to cast doubts on the society, and as we've heard before, Russia is also an active player in this area. Also, Facebook plays a role, and we have to be able to fight disinformation before people consider our constitutionality as something that is not necessary. When it comes to modern technologies, we need to be aware of the technologies available. We need to know our know-how. We need to know what we should protect. Our ability to have a sound economy and pay for our high-quality workers is also very important for the political stability and security. We need to allocate funds where they are needed. We need to pay for professionals and experts. Political marketing cannot disrupt crisis management. I think this is something that we can all agree on. We also have to revise our national system of how we react to crisis, because it is outdated and it does not meet the needs that we have today. And we should also draw lessons from this crisis, because we are approaching the phase when we tend to forget. And now is the unique window of opportunity to draw lessons from the coronavirus crisis. We should also perhaps think about a reintroduction of some form of civil defense education. and we should not neglect the technical equipment or technical equipment of our security forces, and we should not underestimate the threat of attacks on our critical infrastructure. These were just a few remarks. Of course, there were many more important things mentioned, but since we only have some 8 minutes left, I would pass the floor to the panelists to perhaps say something that they forgot to mention, or something that they would like to emphasize. And perhaps it would also be interesting if you imagined, regardless of what you do, regardless of who your employer is or what your current position is. Just imagine you're the new prime minister, you're responsible for the safety and security of this country. It's in your hands. So tell us what should not be missing from your political manifesto, and what your top priorities would be. By top priorities, I mean what would have to be inevitably done. It does not have to be an exhaustive list, just things related to security. So the floor is yours, and I think perhaps, well, you each can have 2 additional minutes, or maybe 2 to 3 minutes, if you could sum it up. Thank you.
Teďka, kdo byl, ještě nezačínal pan předseda, že jo, tak začal bych panem předsedou.
So I will start with Mr. Středula. Yes, there was suspicion that I should do something like that, so now I have the opportunity to try it. So every single government should assure its partners about our direction towards strong membership in the NATO and EU. So that should be definitely included. Then I would expect that in the area of critical infrastructure, there will be true experts with security clearance in order not to distort the whole structure. Then I would expect investment into critical infrastructure and security. We heard it from Tomáš Kopečný. In terms of new technology, we have a chance, and we could truly move into the 21st century. What next? The security issues should be reflected in the system of education, in lifelong learning, and to base it on improving information knowledge of and IT knowledge of our inhabitants. And the government must be able to fulfill its tasks for at least 4 years. So that government must be stable and must be able to implement its political manifesto. That's all. František. Thank you. If I would become Prime Minister, I would definitely have an advisor for national security as my extended hand. And the role or the task of this person would be to coordinate all security forces. And it would be true command, as it's quite clear that no prime minister is able to be the leader in this area, as the prime minister is responsible not only for security but for also all other aspects. And the government could do it, but they are not doing it because individual members of the government are overburdened by their own tasks. And that means that the National Security Advisor, or whatever title you would choose, a professional, a true expert, is needed. By the way, countries that are the leaders in security areas, such as the United States, have such a position. Then I would focus on emerging destructive technologies. And in this area, I wouldn't bet much on the EU, as the EU is lagging behind China and the US in terms of defense technologies. So I would focus on cooperation with the US. Why? Because the technology world is divided to two parts. The one led by the US and the other part that will be led by China. Also, I will start true cooperation with the private sector and the academia. I would improve strategic communication of the state to fulfill the results of the National Audit 2016. And also I would update emergency plans, and I would make sure that there are pilot trainings regularly held. And then knowledge is important. The society must invest more into schools and into science and education. Thank you. I pass the floor. Thank you. While being a civil servant, I cannot afford to say if I would become a prime minister. Would not be right. So what I would believe, there is a great need to being able to mobilize all the sources and all the capabilities, and then to be a good and valuable ally. And you cannot reach it only through money, through 2% of defense spending, but also through contribution. And I really am a true believer in Czech technologies. And how to do it, we need to be able to identify threats and also the potential and what to do with it. Do we know what we have? Many our partners and adversaries could say, we know what you have, because they invest often in areas that we are not aware, but that could be used against us. In a better case, these are allies, but in worst case, these could be adversaries. What then you can do if these are identified? Action. Create a fund for use of EDTs. And the share of R&D and innovative technologies are relatively small compared to huge investment into security and defense. A few is enough to become leaders, and that's the lesson learned. Little is enough to be dominant in a certain technology space. And then what can we do? Train. A predator will not come after somebody who could fight back. And then because of the training, the communication will work. I'm a strong believer in technologies. We cannot leave or let the train leave. From many railway stations, the train has left, but at many, we are still there, and the train has not left yet. But we need to be ready. We need to buy a ticket and board the train. And we could become a partner in a specific area. What our chemical units, Army chemical unit, meant in 1990s, we could again become in another area, quantum technology, biotechnology, space and others. And the last but not least, General Petr Pavel, I would agree with many aspects from my colleagues from the panel, but I would like to highlight a couple of things. No matter who the new Prime Minister is going to be, and it will be perhaps one of those who will be members of the next panel. They certainly know that there is no prosperity without security, and security is becoming a more complex issue, and that's why we need to treat it like that. It doesn't mean securing security through the Ministry of Defense or Ministry of Interior. The whole system of national security must be based on new foundations with a clear hat. and the Prime Minister could then communicate with such a head. The system must be connected to our partners and allies so that on equal basis we are able to communicate and coordinate all the measures. And when I offered some of these solutions to the current Prime Minister last summer, and some of the measures could have been actually implemented before the second wave, the Prime Minister told me that I should talk to the next government. So I will stick to this recommendation, and I will be happy to help the new government with developing such a system. So thank you very much for your contribution. And I think that it was a fruitful debate. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here. Thank you, Zbigniew, for organizing this conference. Apologies for not sticking to this time schedule, but thank you very much for your attention.
Halo, a já bych poprosil všechny další panelisty, aby...
And now I would like to ask the panelists of the next panels to come forward, and we will start right away.
A já bych vás pak poprosil o vodu potom. Takže dámy a pánové, prosím, zaujměte svá místa.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will start in a minute.
Takže dámy a pánové, já vás tady vítám na tomto závěrečném panelu.
Welcome to our final panel, the highlight of the entire conference. I hope it will be as diverse as in the previous years. All participants have been here in the past. They are not here for the first time. This panel was introduced here, or is here for the 7th time. It was introduced during the second year of the conference, but there is one member of the panel who attended each and single of the previous 6 editions, and that's Wojciech Filip, chairman of the Communist Party. So he participated in all the previous years' annual conferences in this panel. Just a few housekeeping announcements. First of all, each of you will have 2 to 3 minutes to say a few words. You will have your opening remarks, so you can touch upon the threats and challenges that are ahead of us. The panel is called Defense and Security from 2017 to 2021 and the challenges ahead of us. So I suppose it will be mainly about the challenges. Then I will have approximately 3 questions, and you will again have 1 to 3 minutes to answer the question. I will each time start from a different side of the panel so that it is fair, and the questions will reflect the structure of today's conference to reflect the topics discussed today. We mark 30 years since the withdrawal of Soviet troops. It's also 80 years since the end of the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. And Nazi Germany attacked the Soviet Union. But the past 30 years we've been living in peace, and this is something that we discussed today, how we can secure our peace and prosperity for future as well. You sit here in the alphabetical order of your parties, of your respective parties. So, first of all, I will pass the floor to Minister Metnar on behalf of ANO movement. Minister, the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. Thank you for passing the floor back to me. During my 3 minutes, I would like to start with a brief retrospective. 3 years ago, in 2018, our government received won the confidence with programming manifesto, which was very ambitious in the area of defense. We committed to increase the defense budget, to stabilize our security and defense area, to build capabilities against hybrid threats, to increase our capabilities as well as the number of troops, and also to start modernizing and launch new acquisition projects. However, there is one point that I would like to quote directly from the programming manifesto, which says the army of the Czech Republic is here primarily for the citizens, which is why it will continue to cooperate with other forces within the integrated rescue system. This was back in 2018, and back in 2018 we did not expect what such cooperation might involve within the coronavirus pandemic. COVID was the determining factor for the whole society over the last 2 years, and for army or the armed forces focused on helping fight COVID and cooperating with other members of the integrated rescue system. Right from the beginning, our troops helped wherever they were needed. From early 2020, over 20,000 soldiers, servicemen and women contributed to the fight against pandemic. They helped in hospitals, on borders, in senior or social care houses, in mobile testing points, and so on. Of course, the National Vaccination Center, largely built by the Central Military Hospital, and the army should be mentioned as well. Its capacity is at least 7,000 people vaccinated daily. The public sees this support and help and is aware of it. And that's why the army is enjoying the highest confidence over the past 25 years. But of course, we should not forget the main task of armed forces, which is the protection of the Czech Republic. With the pandemic receding, we are slowly coming back to fulfilling the army's primary tasks, which is training and protection of the country, as well as training and modernization of the army. These are the main tasks. And with regard to the programming manifesto, when it comes to the defense area, it is being fulfilled quite conscientiously. Each year we achieved the 1.4% GDP spending. I do not want to dwell on details, but during my time in the Ministry of Defense, we concluded over 35,000 contracts worth 115 billion Czech crowns. That's a fact. You can check it in the registry of public contracts. So that's our huge success. Most of these, or over 90% of these contracts, are related or concern the Czech defense industry. I would also like to mention hybrid threats. We adopted national strategy against hybrid threats, as I've mentioned in the main panel. And I would like to mention some other threats ahead of us. I think that the main task is to maintain, build and develop our armed forces and invest in them. So that's it on my behalf. Thank you very much. Well, you didn't stick to the time limit, but thank you anyway. And now I would like to pass the floor to the chairman of the Czech Pirate Party, Ivan Bartoš.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank for the invitation to this conference. The security topic is important for us, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to speak about it briefly and introduce to you our priorities. Before going to the priorities, when I was sitting here last year, I was thanking the members of the security forces for helping us fight the pandemic. The past year was really demanding, and I would like to use this opportunity to thank all the professionals as well as volunteers to help us coping with the difficult situation in the next wave. So thank you. Despite the pandemic, we need to face also other issues where we need security forces to be involved. Certain examples, during the NATO summit, we for the first time discussed the rise of China and the threats related to China. We also experienced the Russian aggression when it turned out that Russian spies were killing people on the territory of the Czech Republic, and there is a massive wave of fake news, and that's part of the hybrid conflict as actually mentioned globally. I believe that responsible politics should have a vision and should have strong foundation. I'm representing here the coalition of two parties, and I want to talk about our vision. We want to support modern army that is able to respond to the traditional but also new threats in cyberspace or the society threatened by fake news. And second, we need to have a resilient society with citizens that can actively participate in the defense of the state. And third, we are in partnership with EU and NATO, but the vision is not enough. We need to have comprehensive tools to promote it. First of all, we need to have funding. The budget of the Ministry of Defense cannot fall victim to political barter. And that also means that we have we have made certain commitments that we need to fulfill. One example, we want to add 1 billion to research and development in the defense sector and involve companies and also educate people. A strong local Czech defense sector does not mean that we are alone. No, the security of the Czech Republic is given by our foreign policy. We should be a reliable and predictable member in the NATO. I believe that there are many cross-cutting topics that are related to our membership in the NATO and EU military mobility joint projects such as PESCO. On my behalf and on behalf of our coalition, we really want the security in the Czech Republic to be a topic of a wide consensus. There are many arguments among political parties. These conflicts, however, should not weaken one of the pillars of the Czech Republic, and that is defense and our ability to act. We cannot put our security under threat.
Děkuji za příspěvek a předávám zástupci ČSSD panu ministru Zaorálkovi. Máte slovo, pane ministře.
Now I would like to pass the floor to Lubomír Zaorál, like Minister of Culture and member of Social Democrats. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk or to discuss the topics of state security here in this panel. In the past year, the pandemic year, it is clear that we are not able to predict threats. The system, the early warning system, never works the way it should. And in this regard, state institutions did not prove effective and failed. I remember when I attended a few past NATO summits, we heard that terrorism wasn't considered to be an issue of interest for the alliance, and then the situation completely changes. So we are time and again surprised by new threats. The US gives huge amounts of its budget for armament, and now they have some of the highest losses when it comes to the past pandemic. So it's very difficult to plan for future crises and threats. But when it comes to Czech Republic, I agree with Minister Metnar that when it comes to crisis management, the army did its job in a great manner, especially when it comes to the smart quarantine and other measures. But at the same time, we're also taken aback because those parts of the army that would be most useful to us were underfunded, such as the military or the military hospitals, logistics, and so on. So we have to find new balance in building our army capabilities or military capabilities. We should try. I heard a general saying that thank God for this resuscitation of military healthcare, because in the crisis, weaknesses are most visible, and this is something that we have to change. We have to focus on building our capabilities, and that should be the case. So when we talk about funding, okay, we give funds to the army, but it is not that easy to spend them. Each year, money are given back. Last year, 4 billion were given back to the budget. So we have to make sure that the funding that goes to the army is actually transformed into some real capabilities. In the past, we spent billions of Czech crowns in the army, and would like to see the results. We would like to see the profits on our investment, so to say. If we increase our defense budget, we should also see some clear results in the army that's able to react to threats that are hard to predict these days. In the current world, it is very difficult to look for new look for new international rules. I'm afraid that one day we will move towards what Orwell mentioned in a 1984 book, when the world consists of 3 fortresses. It changes the mentality of the people who live inside them, and that's why we also have to realize that we need to contribute to the dialogue that will that is trying to create such rules, and not resign on contributing to such debates, because we have to have a holistic approach when we talk about building our military capabilities. This debate should be part of it. Thank you. Thank you for sticking to the time limit, at least partially. Now, Mr. Jurečka from Christian Democrats.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. To start with, I would like to express thanks, because the last year was not easy, and I want to thank for the huge involvement of our troops whenever it was needed. But it's only one of the activities of the Czech army to help in these extraordinary situations or during the floods. But let's talk about the major challenges. When I was listening to Minister Metnar, I thought it was all bathing in the sunshine, but it's not like that. It's also our security from one election to the other. And if I look at the major milestones, it's the question of funding. You can write whatever you want, but the commitments and pledges with respect to our allies cannot be untruthful in the situation when the government approves 2 materials, 2 documents. One says that for the next year and for the next 2 years, the budget will be decreased by minus 15 billion crowns. And the same meeting, a document is approved and information is given to the president that we will strive for 2% spending on defense, and it just does not make sense. If I would be at that meeting, I would feel like a schizophrenic. I do understand that the Chief of Staff and his colleagues are thinking what to do with it, how to deal with it. But if you communicate it to the outside world and the Ministry of Finance says, no, we are not counting on that, well, our allies have their diplomats in our country, so we have to look like fools abroad. So we need to commit and deliver on that commitment and pledge. And if we say the 7th Mechanized Brigade is something that we offer as something that our allies could rely on, then we need those armed vehicles to be procured. And we need to have more involvement of Czech companies in the area of R&D, of real production, manufacture, and supplies. So let's focus on predictable long-term spending that goes in the direction of 2%. Let's focus on modern challenges, hybrid threats, space, research, cybersecurity. That is important, and it is not only important for the army, but also for other sectors. Perfect timing, and I pass the floor on to Wojciech Filip. The floor is yours. Dear colleagues, today is an important historic date. 80 years ago, Germany attacked the Soviet Union, saying that they need more space, Lebensraum, and that they need the raw materials that were in Russia. And the repeated phrase that somebody can claim property of others. But there is another statement starting from 1945, once the International Pact on Civic and International Rights was approved. It says that each nation can have their own political system and can use their own resources. I'm going to talk about Jens Stoltenberg, and I'm going to quote him. He had many important speeches. It was after the referendum in Crimea in 2014, then in Munich, and then during NATO summits. Jens Stoltenberg makes progress when actually defining what threats for NATO and Europe are here. He says it's the Russian Federation, in person Vladimir Putin. He believes that his politics is aggressive. He also said that the Russian Federation actually reached a point that for the first time in history it has a direct border with NATO, and that's why it's a direct threat that should be responded by enhancing NATO and increasing the number of units at the borders. And I believe that this is extraordinary way of thinking, as it is repeated by many politicians and generals in new member states. It reminds me of past jokes. In fact, Jens Stoltenberg is right. There is a common border. But what was the direction of movement? It was the other way around, NATO towards Russia. And I actually insist on expansion, on the term expansion, not enlargement. NATO actually increased its territory by 1 million square kilometers, and it's important to realize what kind of territory it is. I will simplify it now. From the point of view of Central European security, we have two options: to repeat the statements that we have learned, including Stoltenberg's statements. But I like his approach because it helps me to strike back. Because of the expansion of NATO, there is a high concentration of military units. There are many serious military incidents that could turn into a direct military confrontation. And next, the main challenge of today is to strive to stop militarization at the eastern border of the NATO and go in the direction of demilitarization. Thank you.
Now I would like to pass the floor to Alexander Vondra, Deputy Chairman of Civil Democrats. Thank you for the floor. Hopefully you can hear me, because we cannot hear each other thanks to the speakers here. First of all, I would like to, on behalf of Petra Fiala, who cannot be here with you today due to other working obligations, but mentally he is of course ready to speak on these topics. But to prevent repeating what was mentioned here before, I would like to emphasize one specific word of key importance, which is resilience. I remember some 6 years ago, Zbigniew Pawlacik, Franta Schulz, Martin Povejšil, everyone, all the stars of the security community talking about resilience. And today, when we read NATO or EU documents, resilience is the key word. But our world is looking for technological solutions, managerial solutions, or management solutions, but we keep forgetting that the key prerequisite for resilience is our mental state, the state of mind. Last week, I bought a book by Pavel Kolar, a well-known physiotherapist. He wrote his opus magnum that I read the whole weekend. Go and read the book. I mean, of course, read our manifestos as well, but go and buy his book, because it's not just a doctor's testament, but it is a testament of a person who reflects very deeply issues connected to the pandemic and the problems that we all face, not just here in the Czech Republic, but the entire West. There are three conclusions. First of all, resources. Political resilience to keep the 2% GDP defense spending by 2024. It will be of key importance. GDP will not decrease, will not drop as was expected. And the state of public finances is terrible after this government's term in office, but we have to still make sure that we keep our 2% commitment. Second of all, we need to have a cooperation and coordination between our security forces. When it comes to the terrible failure in case of neglect, in case of Vrbětice is awful. We could have received a great support from our allies, but we did not because of the chaos that was here among politicians and in security circles. And third of all, we need to have a good legal framework, a functional legal framework. The fact that the government adopts new measures and is trying to manage the crisis, and as the court abolishes all the adopted measures as non-constitutional. So we need to improve our crisis management. We need to improve our protection of infrastructure, and not only pandemic, but we need to take into account or prepare for blackouts, for cyber attacks, for natural disasters, and so on. Cyber attacks a few years ago wouldn't pose such a danger for us, but today, in the times of digitalization, we are very vulnerable. So we need to have a legal framework for these issues as well, and we will need to have a very good mental resilience for that. Full stop. So thank you for your contribution. And now I would like to pass the floor to Tomio Okamura, chairman of SPD. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to this conference. I absolutely agree with the principle that and the title that our security cannot be taken for granted. It will be only as good as we provide for. Politicians in the U.S. and not only President Trump has been saying America first. Henry Kissinger said that the U.S. had no enemies and no allies. It had only permanent interests and no permanent allies or enemies. I think it's quite cynical, but I don't think it is a bad thing, because each country has its own interests and should protect them. Only slaves have no interests and only serve their masters. So the Czech Republic is still a slave country which has no doctrine on its own. Increasing defense spending is not a defense principle, it's just more money thrown at defense companies. First of all, we need to define what kind of army we want to have, whether specialized forces for foreign operations or functional army that is able to protect our borders. Most people are in favor of the second. Israel has been showing us for dozens of years how a small 10 million country can defend its borders against enemies. And only thanks to the fact that the State of Israel is strong and sovereign and confident player, powers are willing to help it. And this should be our example. Instead of talking about billions for the defense industry, we should talk about investing in young people. Young people who should have the possibility to undergo voluntary military service. They should also be won over for the idea of protection of our country. Our physical condition of young people has been deteriorating recently, and free and military service could give young people, or conscription could give young people something new for their lives. It should also help them from drugs or the general income. We are in favor of having voluntary 6-week military service in the area of permanent residence, because our army does not have the capabilities to protect our armies. Voluntary conscription or military service would help us promote values of young people, create highly qualified people in case of natural disasters, in case of need, in case of danger, and would help young people to receive new qualifications that could be then used for looking for new job opportunities.
Thank you. Perfect timing. And now, Vita Rakushan, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation. The feeling of security is the basic needs on the Maslow pyramid. It's at the bottom. We all want it. That's why we pay taxes. That's why we live in a state. We want the state to help us if we need it, to make sure that we feel secure. And our state failed. Not only individual elements such as the integrated rescue system or the army, no, they were perfect. But the state actually showed that we are not ready to face crisis, that we are equipped for crisis of the past. We show that we are not ready for the crisis. We do not have scenarios for individual types of crisis, that international cooperation is really weak in crisis, and that people stop trusting state during the crisis, and it is not a good report for some of us who are sitting here. So the army was helping in hospitals and actually improving the reputation of the state, and what we could do to promise funding, to promise that until 2025 we'll definitely spend 2% of GDP on defense, to promise that the modernization plan will not remain a document, because before we buy the equipment, it is outdated. We need to be ready for new wars, not for old wars. We need to be faster in procuring equipment, and we need to invest into research and development and innovation, into cybersecurity. Look where China is in its defense and also other areas. I mentioned cybersecurity, and I would like to mention internal security. If our politicians are doubting our intelligence community, and if our politicians talk badly about our intelligence, about our security forces, police, sometimes even army, then we cannot expect trust from our inhabitants if the elites of the state do not trust these institutions. So to show that I trust what the secret services are telling is a precondition for coping with next crises. And in the area of internal services, police and firemen, they did a great job. And we need to make sure that they trust us, that their budget will not drop, and that we need them as they secure our protection. That's all. Thank you. Good timing. And the last but not least, Markéta Adamová Pekarová on behalf of Top 09. The floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation to this conference. I do apologize if I will repeat what has already been said, but really we can't hear properly what is said here. Well, the army coped with the pandemic well, but there is something missing, and that is a thank you. From my heart, I thank all those who are members of the army, and we should not take it for granted. And that is obvious from the comparison from other elements of the state headed by the government, how they did not manage to deal with the crisis. And that's why we need to say that. And actually then the government is the entity that actually doubts the budget of the army and defense at the first place, and we do not want to allow that. We hear many promises related to budget, 2% of GDP, etc., and we hear it quite often. But I think that it is important to have clearly defined values and to know that we are part of the West. Many do not think about it and like that, and many do a lot so that our society was not quite sure about that. So for me, that's one of the key elements that would need to be rectified. What our coalition offers that can be found on our website, that it's important for us to have the national coordinator, all these issues that are important for cybersecurity, budget, etc. But I believe that what was not said here, that we should not underestimate one key element, and that is one thing not directly related to the parliament, and that is the election of the next president. And we should clearly focus on that. I do not have to talk about it for long, but it's important. It's important taking into account not only Vrbětice, but also other things going on in this country. And often it is not say aloud. That's why I am mentioning it. Thank you.
After consultations with Zbigněk, and since we have difficulties hearing each other, based on the hygienic rules, everyone in the audience needs to have respirators. So, but the speakers can take off their respirators. So it's up to you whether you keep them on or not. But if you perhaps take them off, it will be better. It will be easier to understand what you're saying. Now you will have 1 minute. Of course, you don't have to use the full limit. And I will ask 3 questions. First question is related to the material that you received. The analysis conducted by Jagello, they asked in 6 countries of Central and in Central Europe, as well as in Japan and the US. They asked about the situation, the post-COVID situation, and the threats that we will face post-COVID. Of course, the most frequently mentioned threats were Russia, China, hybrid threats, then disruptive technologies, climate change, and so on. So, my question is, how do you perceive these threats, and which 3 threats are the most serious threats that we will face in the next period? And at the same time, what about the defense spending and investments? Are we giving enough on defense? Are we giving enough for investments? And what about the next period? Because it is important to have sustained funding of our defense industry and security. So threats, and then also defense budget with regard to the fact that you also mentioned it in your introductory remarks. Now I will start in the middle with Wojciech Filip to stir things up a bit. So, Mr. Chairman, the floor is yours. As regards the threats, the biggest threat that I perceive is terrorism, regardless of where it comes from. And support of terrorism as part of migration. I'm saying it out loud, openly. I don't think that there would be any other threat that would be so serious than what happened during the Arab Spring in 2011 and then in 2015 during the migration wave, because it puts jeopardy as well as the US and the whole world in jeopardy. As regards the second biggest threat, it's the inability to reach diplomatic solutions where they are possible, and the possibility to again find resources, be it financial resources or commodities, in a different way than to restrict someone's freedom in a military way. Let's say your minute is over. Okay, money. Should we give more or less? Is it okay? In that case, just when it comes to defense spending, I agree that either we have 2% defense spending or we are able to agree less. But it is not possible not to fulfill contracts. So either we negotiate with NATO that we will give less, or we stick to the 2% because that was our commitment and we need to stick to our contracts. And we need to have a different percentage negotiated or stick to the pledge that we committed to. Sasha Vondra, the floor is yours. Well, the paper is not bad. The material that we received, I pretty much understand with the threats that are listed here. One is missing, though. There is not a word about radical Islamism. And international terrorism is somewhere mentioned, by the way, as a possible influence as a result of economic decline and climate change. I think that it is a much greater threat. I agree with China and Russia as the biggest threats. I think that it is important for us to keep them at a distance, not to succumb to hysteria on the one side, but on the other side, not to allow them in a strategic sector so they can then blackmail us. But other than that, I pretty much agree with the paper, apart from the radical Islamism not being mentioned. Thank you. Tomio Okamura. As regards SPD, I think that when it comes to international threats, the biggest threat is migration, Islamism, and terrorism and escalation of international tensions. If we ignore any of these threats, it could become a real threat. Migration and Islamism is a real threat. And if you're saying they are not, then you are naive. Just look to our Western neighbors. We need to have zero tolerance towards illegal migration and a clear no to Islamism and Islam in the Czech Republic. When it comes to tensions, escalations, I would like to ask the politicians to avoid confrontation, to be a country that cooperates with its neighbors and with its allies. We are a small country, so we should be able to have friendly relations with anyone. When it comes to 2% GDP, I think that now at the times of crisis, we should prioritize and move the money to people who need it.
Thank you very much. I think that the accent on Russia and China is the right one for the next period. We are in the middle of a diplomatic crisis with Russia, and we have to realize the fact that the reaction of our government following many years of information from our security forces to the threat by Russia and China actually was quite hesitant. So these are huge threats and risks. We feel that the Czech Republic needs to do a lot in order to be able to defend itself. We have a framework established, but we need to fill it with content. 2% on defense spending, yes, that's absolutely necessary until 2025. Markéta Adamová-Pekarová. The threats against Russia and China, we have this information from our security forces for many years, but we have to take them seriously. That's the key. The security community, the army, the secret service clearly name and coin what are the risks, and it is then not reflected in the policy by the government. The fact that we have in the legislation that Dukovany is not going to be extended by companies from Russia and China is of key importance to me, but without Vrbětice it would not happen, despite the fact that we are being warned about these risks for many years. And cyber attacks coming from these countries cannot be underestimated. We know it. Hospitals in central Bohemia, that means a paralysis for many people and huge impacts, not only financial, but also they impact lives. And 2% of defense spendings until 2025. Yeah, we want to actually integrate it into the legislation. Hopefully, we will have the majority after the elections. Lubomír Metnar. I will copy on what we have agreed, what are the risks and threats at the NATO summit. So it's first terrorism, then activities by Russia against NATO. And I want to stress that it was a very wide topic, and we have to be aware that it is a neighbor of the NATO. That's why we have the two-track approach. We need to de-escalate the relations and to look for strategic communication. I do not want to forget about hybrid threats related to resilience of the society, and I do not want to forget about the threat of climate changes that the society also needs to get ready for. As for the budget, of course, leading towards 2%, but I do not want to have the simplified view, just the volume of funding, but also development of capabilities and participation in foreign missions and operations. Ivan Bartoš, thank you. I would follow up on what Minister said. The conclusion from the summit, if we look at the relations with Russia, they are sort of permanent member of the threats of cyber threats, attacks on the territory of other countries. But look at the energy policy of Russia, where they actually built nuclear power plants. China is defined as an enemy, but more as a security challenge. We may not lag behind in terms of technology development and, for example, in the area of espionage. Then there is a question of terrorism that was sort of out of our focus because of COVID, but it has not disappeared. And as for the pledge, we should go in that direction in the next period. And when we see the procurement that actually covers more years than just 4 years, we should really, because of the resilience, focus also on research and development, science, and IT literacy is the future, as the future wars will be fought over the internet.
I will name 3 key threats: nuclear conflicts, cyber threats, and climate change. And all these 3 threats can be addressed only under the condition that we cooperate worldwide, cooperate globally. That's why I think that the meeting between Biden and Putin is very important. Even though it was just a small step, it was important. It is a step towards creating international rules. And I'm quite appalled by some opinions in this country that we should, let's say, bomb Nord Stream and so on. This is exactly the path towards Orwell world, a dystopian world, when we have 3 fortresses on the planet fighting each other. And money, spending. Yes, well, I think that when it comes to resilience, defense must be perceived in the wider sense, and I think that 2% is quite social. I think that we need to invest in human resources in general. The same way we need to build capabilities of the army, and it is regardless of how much percent it is. So the percentage criteria are quite socialistic, and I don't like how successful they are. Yes, a lot has been said. So apart from the threats that have been mentioned here, like Russia and China and their assertiveness, hybrid threats, cyber attacks, perhaps I would emphasize three more threats. One of them is stupidity and ignoring threats from the intelligence community, not listening to experts by politicians. The second threat are social threats and social issues, because social issues, social threats, social problems are often the start of or the problems that create the environment for other problems arising. So we should not neglect and ignore social unrests. And then climate could lead to migration, fight for strategic commodities, and so on. And this could be a huge threat in the second part of the century. And when it comes to the budget, that's clear. When I listened to Luboš Zaorálek, I don't mind if it's 1.8 one year or 2.1 another year, but it should not be underfunded. So regardless of how much percentage it is, it should not be underfunded. Okay, and another question, it could be, your answer could be just one word answer. It doesn't, I don't mind. But how would you assess how our allies supported us following the Vrbětice case announcement? Are you satisfied with the reaction of our allies? Marian Jurečka can.
I would say that considering what we did, the response was quite okay, but we shouldn't next time deal with it from the point of view of politics and diplomacy as we did. Lubomír Zaorálek. I believe that, well, I do not have all the information to assess what was going on, but it seems to me that we received quite clear support from the NATO and the EU. It's clear that, of course, there was also the Biden-Putin summit, and many diplomats were sent away from various embassies, so it complicated the situation. But all in all, I would say that we received quite clear support. Mr. Bartoš, I would like to appreciate rapid reaction from our neighbors, such as Slovakia. I thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or from the Baltics, from Romania, Bulgaria. As a whole, EU and NATO had a clear position. Unfortunately, then we had the speech of President Zeman a week after, and then the strange address by Mr. Hamáček and his behavior, and then the reaction was not as consistent because of these steps of individuals, we lost the trust of our partners. Lubomír Metnar, thank you. I just want to tell you, as was communicated by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or by me, the EU or NATO, and the support that we received from our allies, I want to thank them. And I want to say that the support that was included into the NATO communique is the evidence that the support was clear. And from my side, thank you. Markéta Adamová-Pekarová. How to say it, not to offend those who supported us and who expressed their support to us. The Czech government was not able to secure clearer support, for example, by sending off Russian diplomats back home. And the comparison with the UK in case of the Skripal case and compare it to the Czech situation, tell it all. But thanks to everybody who supported us, and we would be happy if the Czech government and the president could be unified, could have a common position. Then, of course, we would also get the same common position from our allies. It's our own fault. Vít Rakušan. Well, we should be even more grateful to those allies who actually took certain steps after what we did at the local political scene. If you look at what went on after the speech of President Zeman, after the trip or no trip of Vice Prime Minister Hamáček to Russia, and statements from the members of the government, I'm actually grateful for any response. And the fact that it was included into the big communiqué of NATO, we should be grateful. But if we manage to be clear, and if we could trust our own institutions locally, then we would definitely get a stronger support. It's all our own fault.
Let's speak clearly. The result is that the Czech Republic did not convince our Western allies that we should escalate our relations with Russia. For instance, Germany did not suspend any major projects with Russia, such as Nord Stream 2. So it is quite evident that, unlike us, our Western countries see the situation differently, or perceive it differently, and continue their cooperation on strategic projects. It was clear also in the past, or in the 1990s, after the Czech Republic left the Russian market, we were immediately replaced by Western corporations. So this is not a good thing. And when it comes to extradition of diplomats or expelling of diplomats, let's look at Western countries. They did not expel their diplomats. Only the traditionally countries traditionally hostile to Russia supported us. So SPD is clear that we should not be pro-Russian, pro-American, pro-Brussels. We should have our own interests in mind first. Our state interest should be our priority. Okay, thank you. And now I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Sasha Vondra. Czechs are known for being grateful even for a little. I promoted one book, and I would like to promote another book, a book of Mojmír Hampl, my favorite book, Why the Skies Are So Low for the Czechs. I am here on behalf of the opposition, so my task is to criticize and look for improvements. And the fact is that what the government did regarding Vrbětice was a huge failure. At first, they knew it weeks ahead of time. They postponed it because of partisan congresses. Then they acted under pressure because intelligence services already talked about it. And then they wasted an opportunity because they didn't provide enough information to our allies or even the public. Everything was wrong. They did everything wrong. And we, for instance, promote or support to have a security advisor that would work for the government, because we cannot make such important decisions based on the political calendar of this or that party, or based on what the intelligence services leak to the media. Thank you, Wojciech Filip. Well, I think that Angela Merkelova summed it up the best when it said that Germany has its economic interests and it will not do anything. So yes, they supported us, but no specific steps because the Czech Republic is of no importance to Germany. That's the reality. On behalf of I can say that I won a bet when I said correctly who will support us and who will not. I'm glad that I was not wrong. What was the bet about? A box of champagne. Congratulations. Okay, the last round. Part of this conference was also about the functioning of the government in times of crisis, and not at the international level, but also domestic or internally. The functioning of integrated rescue system, the role of the army, and what role the army played during the pandemic, the role of firefighters and other parts of the state, individual ministries, and so on. So my question is, what lessons should be drawn, or how do you reflect it in your election manifestos? What could be changed in the functioning of the country with regard to the lessons learned from the pandemic? The internal functioning of the country in times of crisis. How can we avoid making the same mistakes in the future? So, first I would like to pass the floor to Markéta Adamová-Pekarová to answer the question first. Again, you have 1 minute.
I believe that the major lesson learned is that our state is inflexible, inefficient, and unfortunately, in many respects, over-bureaucratic. So, we have legislation for many things, but those who should be the role models are not able to apply the rules in line with the legislation, and that underestimates their position. That's the major lesson learned, and it won't be easy to rectify it, because we have an act on civil servants, and the state has expanded. We have tens of thousands of civil servants, not only at ministries, but also teachers and firemen. But we need to be courageous enough to reduce the headcount, also to cut down on the agendas delivered by the state. But we need to be more flexible, otherwise we'll not succeed. Only thus could we attract true experts who will not be afraid to make a decision. Unfortunately, this is often the accompanying phenomena. So, thank you. Vít Rakušan. Each crisis a deep analysis of the society. It turned out what works, what does not work. Local level, self-government, even the regional level of government works. The army, the integrated rescue system, and that's it. The state is inefficient, it's not modern. The state, where there is an ambition to manage it as a company, does not work. A state is a state, and it has to be able to help people in crisis quickly and efficiently. All took ages. People were waiting for months and weeks for the basic help. And all the economists say, in order for their support to be efficient, it needs to be quick, even if it's not targeted. And we took a different approach. Another challenge is the preparation of crisis scenarios for the future. I'll go back to the words of my friend Dana Drábová. In case of blackout, it's not a question whether we will have it, but when we will have it. Let's get ready. Tomio Okamura. It's a broad question, so I'll focus on the measures, on what has happened and what could come. It turned out that the government hopefully will learn a lesson from not applying countrywide measures, but for applying focused measures. Another thing is that we need to strengthen responsibility of individuals. That's important, because if those persons would be responsible and they would always need to ask themselves what the citizens would tell, many decisions would look differently. Alexandra Vondra. First, money. We want the 2% until 2024-25, and not only that, we want to have this guarantee in legislation. Yes, protection of the territory, we need the heavy brigade, we need functional air defense, and without money you cannot do it. And third, we need to complete the crisis legislation, to have the legislation related to cyber attacks, blackout, etc. Fourth, coordination of the security agendas at the office of the government in the person of the national security coordinator. And fifth, supporting Czech companies. I used to be a Minister of Defense for a while. I was attacked. It was during a difficult economic situation. I kept the Czech zbrojovka as the modernizing element of the Czech infantry, and now, you know, this is how we should do it. Wojciech Filip. It's clear that the pandemic plan of 2011 is not good because it responded to natural disasters. I said that in March last year, and I insist that the new pandemic plan needs to take into account and consider threats, not only natural disasters, but also biological attacks, biological weapons, and their use. And unfortunately, we have to face that. And that's important. It's a task for the political representation, and we cannot think that the threats we perceive are the only threats existing. It means that we need to work on the new pandemic plan, and we need to involve experts. Marian Jurečka. I remembered one motto that we have wonderful people, but we are managed by fools. Well, it clearly matches the situation that we had. We need somebody who is able to manage the state, who is able to identify bottlenecks. And what I missed was clear communication involving local companies, changing approach to many areas, opening a topic of what a strategic company means, what are the strategic stock that we need to have in our warehouses. We could open this topic at the level of the Czech Republic or at the level of the EU, and I unfortunately can't see any lessons learned. We need to move forward. We need to focus on digital agendas, and if something like that comes again, we need to learn the lesson and be strengthened. Lubomír Zaorálek.
Each crisis shows weaknesses, and we can draw many lessons. In the post-COVID Czech Republic, we have to look for the new balance in our army, the importance of military healthcare and logistics proved its role. Also, the importance of public health authorities and so on. So. It's a health service. It's very robust, but it showed it has its weaknesses as well, and each area needs to draw lessons. For instance, I realized I learned that Germany has a list of artists that they can give benefits to if needed. We had no such a list here in the culture sector in the Czech Republic. So I, as a Minister of Culture, drew also some lessons from the COVID crisis. So we need to analyze the crisis and we need to draw lessons, but it is a very wide topic that cannot be summed up in 1 minute. Thank you, Mr. Bartosz. Thank you. We had the possibility to look at the development of the pandemic and the results, and we should build on that when we create our pandemic plan. Communication failed completely. Communication was not comprehensible, and it needs to be comprehensible. That's the cornerstone. Digitization is another important step. Also training of such situations. We have a system, but we don't know whether it is functional or not, whether it will react the right way. Investment in people, it's not just a question of public health authorities, but also the fluctuation of, let's say, selling certain commodities in our state reserves because they have some expiry date as well. Then decentralization, not a central command. Also, and I had the possibility to discuss it with people from the EU, and some things that are applicable in terms of non-crisis, then perhaps we should think whether after a while we could perhaps review them, because for instance, some legal provisions that are applicable in times of no crisis, then they are difficult in times of crisis, so, because then the rules are too rigid and we, for instance, cannot buy protective equipment quickly enough and so on. Lubomír Metnar, thank you. And by way of at first, I would like to mention that the army and other security forces helped us and will continue to help. But I do not want to go from one war to another. We have some other experience from the times of flood and so on, but the army is not here primarily for non-military crisis. So we have a very good integrated rescue system. And so the army's primary goal is not to help with a non-military crisis. We should remember that. But of course, crisis legislation should be improved. Crisis legislation was primarily for flood crisis, for security crisis, but not for a health crisis. And following the crisis, we should make our plans more efficient, our crisis plans more efficient. We should improve and our reserves of protective equipment, but also, and this is also discussed at the NATO level, we should improve our reaction and build our capacities to respond to such crisis quickly enough and in an efficient way. We should also provide for drugs and vaccines and share them with our allies within NATO or the EU. Thank you. Thank you very much for your participation in this panel. And hopefully we will meet some of you also in the next term of office of the next parliament. How many chairs and how much time we will need in the next year after the elections. I think this debate was quite dynamic, and it showed the differences as well as consensus between some parties. Also, some consensus across partisan lines when it comes to security questions. So regardless of political affiliation, there is certain consensus when it comes to security. And the fact that we have such debates organized by Zbigniew Pawlacik, and the fact that we meet here with in such a wide political spectrum and with so many views, I think that it is something, it is priceless, and it is a very good foundation for improving our security situation in the future and being able prepared to face various crises and being a functional and free and safe country also in the future. So thank you very much. Also thank you for sticking to the time limit, more or less. And as you know, my goal is also to make sure that you don't speak for too long. So I am honored to pass the floor to Zbigniew Pawlacik to say his closing remarks. So, Zbigniew, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Chairman, Chairwoman. Thank you very much for traditionally taking part in our conference that is traditionally taking place around the solstice. And we, for the first time, started with these political debates in 2014, when we didn't want to only have those academic discussions, but we wanted to come up with a expert and political debate and interactions, as we briefly presented here the results of the work of over 20 experts from several countries, and it's important for them to hear your political perspective, as it is decisive when taking decisions. And from the other side, it could be important to hear their opinion. So this is the way in which we would like to continue, and we will look forward to our meeting, and we hope to see you all here in June 2022. I would like to use this opportunity to invite you to the 9th conference. Our security cannot be taken for granted. Thank you very much for being with us, for your contributions, for sharing our event on social media. But this is not the end. Traditionally, we will use the opportunity of the beautiful environment of the ball game hall, and the finale will be a glass of wine, thanks to the partner Ray Service that actually organized very good Moravian wine. So if you have time, please accept our invitation, and see you next year.